Very good afternoon from Finland, dearest friends. Oikein hyvää iltapäivää kaikille rakkaat ystävät. And warmly welcome into our tonight's or today's long meditation work. Ja sydämellisesti tervetuloa kaikille tähän tämän päiväiseen pitkään mietiskelytyöhön. As you have been maybe participating already earlier, we have had few of this kind of world, how would I call this, world work, where we try to come together for certain reasons, what we try to emphasize, and what we emphasize is about that we try to set forth continuous invocation. Ehkä moni teistä on ollut mukana tässä tämän kaltaisissa maailmantöissä, kuten kutsuin sitä, josta tulemme yhteen pitämään invokaatiota yllä. Excuse me, my voice is in vacation. Mun ääni taitaa olla vähän lomalla. So, what is important for us during these times is that we understand how it is one great aspect of our work that we are invoking. DK says that it is the world group, the new group of world servers, who especially has this kind of a job for them and duty, responsibility to keep the invocation open. Mestari DK kertoo meille, kuinka uuden maailmanpalvelijoiden ryhmän yksi suurista tehtävistä on ylläpitää invokaatiota. What do you think about that? Why is that so important? Mitä sinä itse ajattelet siitä, miksi se on tärkeää? I was thinking maybe we contemplate just few minutes that why the invocation is so important, and of course spiritual invocation. Ehkä pidämme muutaman minuutin tauon ja mietiskelemme, miksi henkinen kutsu on niin tärkeää. And then we can talk more, ja sen jälkeen puhumme vähän enemmän. Okay, I am now calling also Michael into this conversation. Kutsun myös Michaelin tähän keskusteluun. And if you have anything what you would like to share with us, you can put your message into the chat box and we can read it. Jos haluatte osallistua tähän, niin voitte kirjoittaa siihen keskustelukohtaan ja me voimme sitten lukea täällä. But Michael, what do you think?
Some we will read, of course. It just depends on the timing. So just stay with us in the thought. Our key.
So I am asking, what do you think, Michael, why it is so important to invoke, and what do you understand that this is one of the aspects of the new group of world servers work to keep the invocation.
If we are a member of the new group of world servers, or at least a man or woman of goodwill tending in that direction, then we are part of a bridging group, and we naturally will have a more direct contact with the hierarchy, greater access to the thought and energy of the hierarchy than will have the average person, even the average intelligent person who isn't even aware of this great source of energy. So our key, since we can step things down, is to invoke and present. We invoke, we receive the understanding, the energy, etc., and then we translate it, transform it, make it available as best we can, even as we're trying to do right now, to the people who can, maybe in whom the intuition is less awakened, but who are of goodwill and wish to see the success of humanity as a whole.
Yes, and also there is one law that the higher ones cannot intervene if they are not asked for. So that is something to be remembered. On myös olemassa laki, että korkeampi ei voi tulla väliin, ellei tätä korkeampaa olentoa ole kutsuttu. Se on tärkeä asia meidän muistaa. Also it is another thing that what is needing more contemplation, what DK says, that humanity itself has come only now effective in invocation. Myöskin DK sanoi, että ihmiskunta itsessään on vasta tullut kohtaan, missä se on tullut ikään kuin tehokkaaksi kutsuessaan. And this is of course for us, at least it was for me when I read that first time. I never was thinking about that there could have been anything like that you need to be evolving to some place that your invocation is heard. Mestari DK huomauttaa sitä, että ihmiskunta on todellakin tullut vasta nyt siihen kohtaan, ja kun ensimmäisen kerran itse sitä luin, niin huomasin, että en ollut koskaan edes ajatellut sellaista, että ajatusta ei ole ollut tullut mieleen, että tässä olisi voinut olla jotain kysymystä, etteikö kuka tahansa nyt vaan voisi kutsua. But there is something about that even more effective if is the group of disciples and a new group of servers who are working all the time. And it needs about the power in the mind, concentration and the steady invocation. And this steady invocation is such, and the work that we are now aiming, that we can continuously, step by step, every day work the way that we keep this invocation open, that we are calling now help for humanity. We have thousands of things which are great and what humanity has been reaching. But there are thousands of things as well which are really not already or not yet developed. And then there are so many things which are at the moment challenged, which have reached a place, a plateau. And if one would be thinking to continue that direction, it would be beneficial for the whole humanity. But those kinds of things are in danger. And one thing is about separativeness, which is again rising its head. Ihmiskunnassa on tällä hetkellä monta asiaa, jotka on kunnossa ja jotka eivät ole kunnossa, ja asiat, jotka olivat kunnossa, ovat nyt haasteen alla. Ja oppilaat taas, jotka ovat saavuttaneet itsessään vahvemman mahdollisuuden kutsuun ja uusi maailmanpalvelijoiden ryhmä johtuu siitä, että oppilailla on kehittyneempi mieli, joka pystyy pysymään keskuksessa ja tällaiseen jatkuvaan työhön. Ja se on se, mitä meidän tulee ylläpitää, tätä jatkuvaa kutsua, jokapäiväistä kutsua, askel askeleelta työntekoa. Michael, you would want...
Yeah, I was, and I hope you can hear me. I've got the volume up pretty loud, and I know there's been some question about whether I sound too far away or not, but let's just say I'm doing my best here. One of the greatest examples of invocation may have led, probably did lead, to the winning of the war, Second World War, by the Allies. The hierarchy, as you may know, by the end of 1942 had pretty well thought that humanity would go down to defeat. But the massed invocation of humanity and all the various disciples reached up to a very, very high place, a place in Shambhala where the Lords of Liberation were found. And as a result, in a way that hierarchy doesn't not really explain to us, they responded, and the war turned at that point. It was the Stalingrad period, and from that time on, the Axis powers had lost the battle. And it was all in response even to the inchoate, not well-formed invocation of the masses of human beings. So invocation is really, really important. And let's just say that if the servers who know something about it, because they are esotericists, can really focus, then indeed something powerful can be done for the salvation and progress of humanity.
So we try to now make an impact in our actions that the rest of the years that we have now, of the time of the Forerunner, era of the Forerunner, that we will do that at least well. Eli me voimme ottaa itsellemme tehtävän, että ainakin tuon osan tästä työstä viimeisten edelläkävijöiden vuosien aikana me ylläpidämme tätä kutsua. And if we think about where the invocation is related to, the invocation is related to that constant attitude of the mind. Invokaatio liittyy jatkuvaan mielen asenteeseen. Think about if the mind is colored by hatred. Ajattelepa mieltä, joka on värittynyt vihasta. That attitude is working on all the time. It sees everything from the glasses of hatred. Tuo ajatus silloin työstyy koko ajan ja ihminen näkee koko ajan vihan kautta. Whatever this kind of thought form is growing, it has the tendency then in the mind of people that it is coloring day and night the same kind of thought form. Mitä tahansa ajatussuuntia ajattelemme, niin se pyrkii tekemään ihmisessä niin, että yötä päivää tuo ajatusmuoto työstyy. Same it is for the Christ. Ja sama on ihmisen Kristuksen suhteen. He has the so-called Christ consciousness, the loving mind, intelligent loving mind, which is continuously working on that what is the best for the other, what is the best for humanity. Mutta kun ajattelemme Kristusta, Kristuksen mieli on niin sanotussa Kristustietoisuudessa ja hän ajattelee koko ajan rakastavassa mielessään mikä on parasta tuolle toiselle tai mikä on parasta ihmiskunnalle. And that is what is supposed to be cultivated in us, so that our invocation is based upon that we are aligning with the plan, and then we are invoking that plan to be descending. Tuo tarkoittaa meissä, että me itse olemme virittäytyneitä suunnitelmaan ja kutsumme tuota suunnitelmaa alas. So whenever we have these silent moments, because in this first hour we have more discussion, and then we will go into our rhythm, that we have those few texts that we are reading, and then we have invocation, and then we all work in our own places, individually but united. Ensimmäisen tunnin aikana me enemmän tässä keskustelemme, ja sitten tuon seuraavasta tunnista eteenpäin me aloitamme itse tämän rytmillisen työn, joka on, että luemme joitakin tekstejä ja sitten taas mietiskelemme suurimman osan ajan yksilöllisesti, mutta ykseydessä. So just for a little bit about this plan, the schedule, the program for today. Ja nyt tuossa on tuo meidän ohjelmamme tänä päivänä. So basic idea it is that every even hour and half hour we sound some of the invocations. And then we have, if you look down there, the program, it is 6:50. We have the global silence for 10 minutes. And then we have guided meditation. But otherwise we are following this rhythm that we have some of the mantras that we sound together, and then we have some key thoughts what we can take into our contemplation. Eli tuossa 23.50 meillä on 20.50 eli 10:09 illalla on mietiskely, maailman hiljaisuuden mietiskely, jossa kaikki seisomme Euroopan yksilöiden puolesta 10 minuuttia, ja sen jälkeen on ohjattu mietiskely, mutta muutoin päivän rytmi menee, että tasa- ja puolitunnein me lausumme jonkun invokaation ja sitten on joku avainajatus, jota pohdiskelemme. So this is about it, and now I turn again back to Michael, if you just give some synopsis of what is happening today in United Kingdom.
Yes. Well, of course, we have actually representatives who are affiliated with this group process that we're doing, who are closer to it than I am. They're right on the ground in London, but this is a broadcast, so we cannot have a report from these individuals. Let's put it like this. A plan is proposed by Theresa May, who is a member of the Tory government, and it is a plan whereby a Brexit, an exit from the European Union, can be achieved by the United Kingdom. Now, you know that is all of Great Britain. So, you know, England, Scotland, Wales, and so forth, and Northern Ireland. That's the United Kingdom. And leaving the Republic of Ireland out of it, because they intend to continue with the European Union, but there are many problems there. It's very intricate. And there's a lot of selfishness and retraction of the international motive going on, just as there is in the United States. In other words, whenever we stand on the threshold of some real progress, there's always going to be the fear reaction, and the people in power and many people who are among the those who control the majority of the money, they want to influence the nationals backward toward retraction and a more personal, isolative focus. So anyway, there is this proposal that Theresa May has brought forward. There was going to be a vote on it a few weeks ago, but she faced such a stunning defeat at that time that she canceled the vote. Now, the vote is being retaken, and it is still anticipated that her proposal, worked out with some leaders in the European Union, will be defeated. It's just a question of how much. Now, we never know exactly, and this can lead to many developments. One possible development would be a hard crashing out of the United Kingdom out of the European Union. That has many dire economic possibilities. The other is a vote of no confidence, such that there would have to be a new election for Prime Minister. There is another possibility that the possible Brexit could be renegotiated, but the European Union doesn't want that by and large. There is also the possibility that a second referendum could take place, a second vote by all the people on whether or not there should be a Brexit at all, an exit of the United Kingdom from the European Union. And people simply support different points of view. This is just the beginning. If this vote is defeated, now, there's no absolute assurance, but everybody thinks it will bring defeat to the Theresa May proposal. She may lose her prime ministership. It may shift over to the liberal area. Many, many things are possible. And it will be the beginning of a very tortuous process. Also, there's this Article 50 issue, which many would like to see abrogated and set aside. It's very complex, and paralleling this in the United States are huge problems having to do, again, basically with selfishness. We might say that on a national level, the insistence on sovereignty rather than real group international cooperation is the result of a kind of selfishness. The insistence on nationalism in the United States, a kind of selfishness. The insistence of any person that they are a being in their own right, devoid of real group affiliation. They come first and the group comes second. That is a form of selfishness also. So this whole thing is about whether we move forward towards the cooperation between the nations of the world and real mutual assistance as the sole rays of the nations emerge, or whether we fall back into isolation and selfishness. And at the very bottom of the whole thing, that's what's going on in these two countries, and Russia has its own issues too. These three nations, United States, United Kingdom, and Russia, hold the destiny of humanity in their hands, says the Tibetan, and so we're trying to help just a little bit here behind the scenes to provide through invocation an atmosphere in which a non-selfish, a selfless decision can be made. As far as all the complexities, I'm not a Brit. I'm not in that milieu as some of our other friends are, but I think I've given you the basis of it. Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Michael. few words in Finnish. Eli en mene noihin monimutkaisiin selityksiin. Luulen, että jokainen meistä täällä Suomessa on sen verran perillä, mitä on tuolla Englannissa menossa. Eli jätän sen siihen, että luotan, että kaikki meistä nyt täällä tietää. So one basic thing, not going into those details what is happening in the nation, English nation, but the thing why we are having this vigil and this long meditation is about the dangers what may come. Se, miksi me pidämme tämän pitkän työrupeaman, on se, että on olemassa vaaroja, joita voi tapahtua. First of all, we want to state for all of us that we are not pretending that we would know how things should go. Ensimmäinen asia on se, minkä haluamme alleviivata, että me emme todellakaan tiedä sitä, että mihinkä suuntaan asioiden tulisi mennä. What we know is that the Christ is coming, and what we know that London as itself is a great world center. What we know is that United Kingdom belongs to or Great Britain belongs to a certain triangle, which is a very important triangle in perspective of humanity. And what we know that there is integration idea set forth by Master Rakotsi. Those are the things we try to keep in mind. Eli lyhykäisesti suomeksi, eli mitä me tiedämme, että Lontoo on maailman keskus. Me tiedämme, että suuri Iso-Britannia kuuluu kolmioon, joka on erittäin tärkeä koko ihmiskunnan kohtalolle, ja että Kristus on tulossa. So we are not expertise knowing the karmic situations between any nation. Me emme todellakaan tiedä näitä karmisia maailman tai maiden välisiä suhteita. But in this invocation, we are invoking that what is the plan in hierarchy that it would descend. We know that is for sure that Europe should become also the island of peace. Me mitä tiedämme on, että integraatioprosessi on menossa ja Euroopasta tulisi tulla rauhan saari. So these things keeping in mind, we emphasize certain things, but we are not against of any person per se in any country and now in Great Britain. Eli me emme ole ketään ihmistä vastaan nyt, olisi sitten mikä tahansa maa ja nyt tässä Isossa Britanniassa. Every one of them are representing certain thought forms which are in humanity, and through which the humanity will rise when these old thought forms are transformed, and when the new thought forms from the Christ and his hierarchy are brought into human consciousness. Eli ihmiskunta vain edustaa, kuka tahansa ihminen edustaa jotakin karmista suhdetta ihmiskunnassa, ja se joko edistää tai ei edistä. Toiset vanhat ajatusmuodot, niiden täytyy transformoitua ja uusien tulla, jotka tulevat Kristuksesta ja hierarkiasta. So these are the key ideas that we have to keep in mind. So in that sense, in basic idea, what we are calling for, that what is now going on, and because it is so important, as Great Britain playing the role in the several aspects in human evolution, that's why we have our work. Ja sen tähden me todellakin pidämme tämän työmme, että koska Iso-Britannia on niin monessa suhteessa tärkeä maa ihmiskunnan kehityksessä.
excuse me, as I said, we are not as familiar with all the details as those on the ground in England at this time, in London at this time, but let's just say that you know, I have been advised England is England. Great Britain does not include Northern Ireland, and the United Kingdom does include all of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So this is an issue involving the United Kingdom and its remaining with the EU or its leaving of the EU. And as I've said to people, Master R works for unity of United States, which is now threatened under selfishness, and he works for the unity of Europe. And once a major player like the United Kingdom leaves, it opens the door to fragmentation that would be directly against the intention of the Master R, at least as far as I can understand it.
Right. So to what I was referring is to those what Master DK has been writing, and he is using Great Britain. What I am understanding, it is something about the consciousness ways, that there are certain types of consciousnesses or certain way of how our minds are working, and I think he means these kind of things. Or whenever we are now maybe in this case reading some quotations, just give a thought for yourself, because this is more complicated. All those borders what humans have been marking, they are borders by humans, and then there seems to be something else in relationship to hierarchical thought. Se mihinkä itse viittasin oli se mitä mestari DK itse kirjoittaa. Ja ehkä joka kerta, kun luemme näitä lainauksia, voimme itse mietiskellä syvemmin sisimmässämme, että mitä nämä rajat tarkoittavat, koska rajat on ihmisten tekemiä. Ja enemmänkin itse tarkoitan erityyppisiä tietoisuuden muotoja tai tyyppejä, tietoisuustyyppejä. Ehkä sitä DK tarkoittaa, tai jonkun tietoisuuden alaisuudessa olevaa toimintaa. Anyway, this is complicated question even when we are thinking about the relationships to European Union and these borders. What do we include and what do we exclude? Eli tämä on vähän hankala kysymys, kun ajatellaan Eurooppaa ja näitä ihmisten tekemiä rajoja, mitä me pidämme sisällä ja mitä emme. So, Michael, if you read this again, something from the destiny of the nations.
Okay. Well, this is something that really has to be borne in mind. It's interesting that he didn't use the word Soviet Union when writing in the 1940s, late 1940s. He really focused on Russia, and in the same way, when he talked about schools, esoteric schools, he talked about a very advanced school in Western China, and he did not use the word Tibet. Interesting, but that's what he was talking about. So here from the Destiny of the Nations, written in large part, well, during and especially after the war, 3 countries or combinations of countries are really responsible for the destiny of humanity, because they are great melting pots of many different kinds of people, great federations. 3 great countries hold the destiny of humanity in their hands at this time. The United States of America, Great Britain, he uses it that way so often, but you know, does he mean to include Northern Ireland? I don't know, but anyway, we'll go with it. The large island, Great Britain and Russia, not the Soviet Union, interestingly. great fusing racial experiments are going on in all these lands. The rule of the people is being developed in all of them, though it is as yet in an embryonic stage. In Russia, it is being retarded by a dictatorship which will shortly end. I think, what, did Stalin die in 1953? Was that it? In the States, by corrupt politics, and in Great Britain by ancient imperialistic tendencies. We remember they are reincarnated Romans largely. They have a Ray 1 personality, and the heavy hand of John Bull, Taurus, leads to imposition. And England itself is ruled by Aries, so there's a lot of that imperialism, at least there was at that time. But democratic principles are being developed, if not controlling. Unity is being established, though it is not yet functioning, and all three countries, interesting, because it's several countries in Great Britain, right? And all three countries are learning very rapidly, though the United States at present is learning most slowly. It's the adolescent in the group. Tuija, do you want me to go on here?
No, I will say something in Finnish.
Good. Okay.
Eli muutama asia, joka meidän tulee nyt muistaa ja minkä takia tämä meidän lähetyksemme myös taas on se, että on nämä 3 valtiota, Amerikan Yhdysvallat, Iso-Britannia ja Venäjä, joiden käsissä lepää ihmiskunnan kohtalo tässä ajassa. Ja ne asiat, joita näiden 3 maan tulee sitten kehittää, mistä niiden tulee kasvaa pois, on se, että Venäjällä tuo itsevaltiuden suuntaus, Yhdysvalloissa korruptoitunut politiikka ja sitten taas Ison-Britannian vanhat imperialistiset suuntaukset, eli näiden tulee muuntua.
Okay, so this section kind of continues. In these 3, you have an interesting and immediate expression of the 3 divine aspects, each of which inspires and colors the embryonic civilization. Great Britain expresses the will to power, but on account of age and experience, dearly bought, this is today mellowed by justice. That's, the Libra partial rulership of London, and a growing understanding of human need, if I may add, under the idea, the motto, I serve. It's got a Ray 1 personality. United Kingdom and Great Britain especially has that Ray 1 personality, so lots of will. This, in its turn, is the result of the control for many centuries in the past by the aristocracy with its paternalism, conservatism, and its method of slow adjustment.
Eli nyt käydään läpi 3 jumalallista aspektia, jotka liittyvät näihin 3 maahan. Ja Ison-Britanniaan, jonka tulisi ilmentää tahtoa voimaan. Mutta koska Iso-Britannia on vielä nuori, niin tämä ei ole vielä kehittynyt siihen suhteen, missä sen tulisi olla.
Yeah, and this is reinforced by the fact that London is a Ray 1 planetary center, but it's Ray 1 from the constructive aspect. The USA expresses the will to love, which shows itself in an ability to absorb vastly divergent elements and yet to present equal opportunity to all. This is the ideal, of course. This is brought about very largely because the control in this federation of states in the hands of the bourgeoisie with its financial goals, its power to determine living conditions, and its quick and sympathetic touch upon life. So it is in their control, bourgeoisie. Its method is not that of slow adjustment, but of quick assimilation. It is that country also, the people in that country, also the people are most sensitive to the influence of hierarchy.
Ja sitten taas Yhdysvaltojen kohtalona olisi ilmentää tahtoa rakkauteen, joka ilmenee tuossa nopeassa tahdossa sulauttaa asioita itseensä ja siinä ilmennyksessä tuoda mahdollisuus kaikille, jota tässä hallinnossa nyt ei kyllä varmastikaan tueta. Ja sitten, mikä on tärkeää huomata, on se, että tämä on maa, jossa sen ihmiset ovat kaikista herkimpiä hierarkian vaikutuksille.
And finally we have Russia, with its seventh ray soul. Russia expresses the will to create and to produce new conditions and a new order, planned and determined and foreseen. This has been brought about through cruelty very often, by a willingness to compromise and to change or lower the original ideal. This in its turn is brought about by the activity of the proletariat with its inability to govern, its desire to retaliate, and its ignorance of tradition and of inherited procedures. But it's the third aspect of divinity we're talking about.
Ja sitten Venäjän tehtävänä olisi ilmentää tahtoa luomiseen ja tuoda uudet olosuhteet ja uusi maailmanjärjestys tai maiden järjestys, joka on suunniteltu ja joka on jo näkyvissä tai on tulossa. Mutta sitten se on kaatunut siihen, että yleensä työväenluokka on ilmentänyt näitä ihanteita ja se on kaatunut siihen kyvyttömyyteen hallita tilanteita ja myöskin tietämättömyyteen traditioista. That was very interesting, was it not, about these what kinds of divine aspects these three countries are expressing?
Yes, and even though the United Kingdom, I suppose you would say, has a second-ray Gemini soul, it's still involved with the will to power as a collection of countries ruled by London, which is a ray 1 center with Vulcan, very important because of Taurus, and Vulcan offering its constructive aspect, right? Not just the destructive aspect, but the constructive aspect and the rule by law. And
this, the Taurus, which we were talking already the earlier time, but the Taurus, how important it is in the chart of the new group of world servers. So that in one sense, when we think about and sometimes we have to take the astrology really in the more closer consideration and understand how we as disciples and as disciple groups, how we are related to certain places on earth and their dharmas. And in that sense, because the whole new group of world servers group is governed by the sign Taurus, that's why thinking about the sign of Taurus related to, do we say now Great Britain, United
well,
Kingdom?
I think
what do we mean?
DK was not using the term United Kingdom.
That's right.
So much, even though my history is a little shaky here, but Alex is helping us in the history column here.
Yeah, but I mean that this sign is important, whatever name we use. And now we have this discussion about that. In that sense, what I want to emphasize is our relationship to Dharma or karma that we have to support what is happening there, that it is happening to the direction of the plan, what is for this center and the nation. So we will leave there because...
Wait, one thing, just a quick thing. But, you know, I do think that even though the Republic of Ireland is, in a way, here an independent country, it is a very Taurus country. The whole thing about the beauty and the nature and the folk music that comes out of it, it's so very Taurus. So there it is, regardless of present affiliations.
Yeah, I think that in this meditation work that we have, we don't go into those particular details because they are just messing our minds. We try to keep our principles clear and the reasons why we are working. So in that sense, it is important for us know what DK has been emphasizing about this, that Great Britain belongs to the triangle upon which the destiny of humanity is questioned and determined, yes. So, and because we are heading towards the even hour and we are supposed to very soon say the next mantra, so we will go through again those just to remind our minds. So also London is belonging to the one triangle between Paris and Berlin. Myös Lontoo kuuluu yhteen kolmioon, joka muodostuu Pariisin ja Berliinin välillä. So Michael, if you read this.
Yeah, and I would say that is its European function, but its planetary function is as a major center.
Right.
Paris and Berlin are not...
Yeah, we will read about that. Can you read the next slide?
The next one, okay. It is between these three, London, Paris, Berlin, that the destiny of the race of man in the immediate future lies. And again, the question arises, will the coming decisions be based upon the good of the whole or upon the good of a part of the whole?
And that is for us important thing to contemplate today as well.
We're in it right
Eli
now.
tuo, että Lontoo, Pariisi ja Berliini, niiden käsissä lepää ihmisen rodun välitön tulevaisuus. Ja siitä syystä nousee kysymys, tuleeko tulevat päätökset perustumaan kokonaisuuden hyväksi vai osien hyväksi. So it is like he was already foreseeing that there are going to be important decisions between these centers, and it is still continuing as when we are following what is happening in European Union. We see that continuously. Ja koko ajan me näemme, kun seuraamme Euroopan unionia, että näiden keskusten välillä on jatkuva tuo päätöksen hakeminen ja se on koko ajan tapetilla.
Yeah, and it's going to be throughout the Aquarian age a dynamic tension between Aquarius and Leo. Now, either one of those signs can be good or bad. But the basic thing is, let Leo serve Aquarius, let the individual serve the group, let the individual nation serve the community of nations.
Yes, and these signs were related to that we should sometimes open more deeper ways, but also there is a good side of the Leo that first we have to find the center, and Leo is helping us to find the center. Nämä astrologiset laadut liittyvät näihin maihin ja meidän tulee joskus avata näitä paremmin. But now we will talk or open what has been already referred, that London is the planetary center. Ja nyt avaamme tuon, että Lontoo kuuluu planetaariseen keskukseen. There is a great triangle between London, New York and Geneva, but the whole five-pointed star of humanity is formed by the 5 centers, including Darjeeling and Tokyo, and London belongs to all of these aspects that we have been already reading. So this is not only the question what is happening in United Kingdom, England, Great Britain, whatever name we are using, whatever parts of it we are thinking about, it is a fact that this is also the world question. Vaikka me käyttäisimme mitä nimeä tästä Iso-Britannia, Yhdistynyt kuningaskunta tai Englanti, kokonaisuudessaan asia kuuluu maailmalle. Tämä on maailman tasoinen kysymys. And I think that is now dawned to us. Uskoisin, että se on kuva jo meille piirtynyt. And this triangle between the New York, London and Geneva is one of the most active World Center triangle. Ja tuo kolmio, joka on New Yorkin, Lontoon ja Geneven välillä, on kaikista stimuloitunein kolmio maailman keskuksissa. And as Michael was already telling us or talking about these different rays, you see that via New York pours the 6th ray planetarily, then via London 1st ray, and via Geneva the 2nd ray. And we have the key idea for the soul of the nation of Great Britain I serve. Ja Ison-Britannian sielun tunnusmerkkinä on minä palvelen. I think we have been now touching many important points that we will keep them in our minds. Varmasti ollaan nyt kosketettu näitä kaikkia tärkeitä aspekteja. And knowing as well that it is only the beginning of our nation work. Ja tämä on tietysti aivan alkua meidän kansojen työssä. So let us just for a while let these things sink into our minds and just let us go into the essence of the idea of one humanity and one globe, one little planet which is floating in the space, in the universe. And we try to get this, that we belong to the much, much vaster plan as a planet. And in that sense as a one humanity. Me kuulumme paljon suurempaan suunnitelmaan, joka on meidän yhden maapallon käsittävä suunnitelma, kun me leijumme tuolla avaruuden hiljaisuudessa. Ja meillä on vain yksi ainoa ihmiskunta. As a group, let us try to touch this idea of one humanity. Ryhmänä pyrkikäämme koskettamaan tuota ideaa, että olemme vain yksi ihmiskunta. In the diversity we are lost. Moninaisuudessa me hukumme. And the part of the whole becomes the point that we are focusing upon. Ja osa kokonaisuudesta tulee meille siksi, jonka keskittäydymme. But through and over this we have to link us always to the greater whole, which is only one humanity. All of these battles, arguments, quarrels, they are only expressions of that one great entity which is humanity and its struggles to become integrated. Kaikki väittelyt ja hankaukset, joita ihmiskunnassa ilmenee, on vain yhden ihmiskunnan omaa taistelua sen integraatioprosessissa. And in that, try to touch the love of the Christ, what Christ has towards humanity, and how DK in some places says his humanity. Ja pyrkikäämme saamaan jonkunlainen yhteys siihen, mitä Kristuksessa on, kun hän rakastaa ihmiskuntaa. Ja kuten mestari DK monta kertaa ilmentää, hänen ihmiskuntanaan. And so let us say together, ja näin sanokaamme yhdessä. We have gathered in your name, Lord Maitreya, be with us. Me olemme kokoontuneet sinun nimesi, Herra Maitreya, ole läsnä meissä. Blessed by his presence, we sound the great invocation. Hänen läsnäolonsa siunauksessa lausumme suuren invokaation, and now really consciously knowing that we are and we have gathered together to call upon the plan to descend into this situation which is going on now, in that drama which is played out by I call now Great Britain. Me kutsumme nyt suunnitelman laskeutumista tähän draamaan, jonka näyttelevät läpi Iso-Britannia. Kutsun tätä Iso-Britanniaksi. And European Union ja Euroopan yhteisö. And we sound the great invocation in English. Ja lausumme suuren invokaation englanniksi. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. And visualize how the light is descending upon London. Ja näemme valon laskeutuvan Lontooseen. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. And see the Christ in the heart of the things, in the voting or in the debating things. Nähkäämme Kristus asioiden sydämessä, jotka tapahtuvat nyt, jotka liittyvät äänestykseen ja kaikenlaiseen väittelyyn. The love which underlies the happenings of the time. Tuo rakkaus, joka on kaiken tapahtumien sisällä ja sen takana. Let us really breathe in the Christ spirit into the voting. Kutsukaamme nyt todellakin Kristus henkeä tähän äänestystilanteeseen. From the center, where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wheels of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. And we call that the purpose will guide the little wheels of men in this process today. Kutsumme, että tarkoitus johtaisi ihmisten pieniä tahtoja tämän päivän prosessissa. From the center, which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. And may the plan of love and light be worked out today and seal the door where evil dwells in today's process. Let light and love and power restore the plan on earth. He for whom the whole world waits has said that whatsoever shall be asked in his name and with faith in the response, will see it accomplished. Hän, jota koko maailma odottaa, on sanonut, että mitä tahansa pyydetään hänen nimensä vastaukseen uskoen, se tulee tapahtumaan. And we may continue over contemplating the destiny of nation or nations, and which are in the hands of United States of America, Great Britain and Russia. Ja voimme nyt pohdiskella avainajatusta ihmiskunnan kohtalosta, joka lepää Yhdysvaltojen, Ison-Britannian ja Venäjän käsissä. Now we will have during this hour one mantra extra because we got a little bit late from our schedule. So let us now sound the mantra of unification in English. Ja nyt lausumme yhdentymisen mantran englanniksi. The sons of men are one, and I am one with them. I seek to love, not hate. I seek to serve and not exact use service. I seek to heal, not hurt. Let pain bring due reward of light and love. Let the soul control the outer form and life and all events, and bring to light the love that underlies the happenings of the time. Let vision come and insight. Let the future stand revealed. Let inner union demonstrate, and outer cleavages be gone. Let love prevail. Let all men love.
Now, we have our reading for this meditation period. The vision in men's minds today is that of the Aquarian age, even if they recognize it not. The future will see right relations, true communion, a sharing of all things, and it says wine, the blood, the life, and bread, economic satisfaction, and goodwill. We also have a picture of the future of humanity when all nations are united in complete understanding, and the diversity of languages, symbolic of differing traditions, cultures, civilizations, and points of view, will provide no barrier to right human relations. At the center of each of these pictures is to be found the Christ. Thus, the expressed aims and efforts of the United Nations will be eventually brought to fruition, and a new Church of God, gathered out of all religions and spiritual groups, will unitedly bring to an end the great heresy of separateness. Love, unity, and the risen Christ will be present, and he will demonstrate to us the perfect life.
Tulevaisuudessa näemme oikeat ihmissuhteet, todellisen kommunikaation ja kaikkien asioiden jakamisen ja hyvän tahdon. Meillä on kuvaa tulevaisuuden ihmiskunnasta, kun kaikki kansakunnat ovat yhdistyneitä täydellisessä ymmärryksessä ja eri kielten moninaisuudessa, symbolisena esityksenä eri traditioista, kulttuureista, sivilisaatioista ja näkökannoista, mutta jotka eivät kanna minkäännäköistä estettä oikeille ihmissuhteille. Kaikin keskellä tulemme näkemään Kristuksen. Täten ilmentäen yhdistyneiden kansakuntien pyrkimystä, joka tuo loppujen lopuksi hedelmällisyyteen tai hedelmäksi uuden Jumalan kirkon, joka on muodostunut kaikista uskontokunnista ja henkisistä ryhmistä yhdistyen lopulta ja siten saattamaan erillisyyden suuren perinteen loppumiseksi. Rakkaus, ykseys ja ylösnousut Kristus esitetään, taikka se tulee näkymään, ja hän tulee demonstroimaan meille täydellisen elämän. These are wonderful ideas, wonderful thoughts and great vision of the future. Nämä ovat ihania asioita ja mielettömän hieno visio tulevaisuudesta. Let us contemplate right relationships, true communion and sharing of all things and goodwill. Mietiskelkäämme nyt oikeita ihmissuhteita, todellista kommunikaatiota, kaikkien asioiden jakamista ja hyvää tahtoa. Let us now meditate that all nations are united in complete understanding. Nyt mietiskelkäämme, kuinka kaikki maailman kansat ovat yhdistyneet täydellisessä ymmärryksessä. And we will see now the Christ in every single aspect, how he is at the center of things. Ja näkemme nyt Kristus kaikissa aspekteissaan, kuinka hän on kaikkien asioiden sydämessä. Let us now meditate the integrity and unity of Europe and the end of separateness. Mietiskelkäämme nyt Euroopan eheyttä ja ykseyttä ja erillisyyden loppumista. And let us now all align with the heart of the sun. Virittäytykö me nyt kaikki auringon sydämeen? When we say the Lord's Prayer, kun nyt sanomme Isä meidän rukouksen. And of course this is the old version. There are tiny differences in different versions. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed by thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. D.K. says to one of his disciples, D.K. sanoo yhdelle oppilaistaan, say each day with care and thought a very familiar prayer, the Lord's Prayer. Sano joka päivä tarkalla ajatuksella tutun Herran rukouksen rukous. It has many meanings, and the tried and usual Christian significance is not for you. Sillä on monta tarkoitusta, mutta mikä on kristillinen tarkoitus, sillä ei ole merkitystä sinulle. Ponder on this most ancient formula of truth. Pohdiskele tätä vanhaa totuuden formulaa. And interpret entirely in terms of a formula for the dissipation of illusion. Ja käännä se täydellisesti siinä kaaviossa, kuinka illuusiot hävitetään. He is teaching how this formula can be divided. Write an exegesis on it from this angle, taking it phrase by phrase and regarding it as giving us 7 keys to the secret of the elimination of clamor. Hän pyytää tutkimaan tätä lauselaiselta ja katsomaan sitä niin, että se antaa 7 avainta salaisuuksiin, jotka eliminoivat illuusiot tai harhat. The formula can be divided as follows. Tämä kaava voidaan jakaa seuraavasti. 1. Invocation to the Solar Lord. Tämä kaavio voidaan jakaa seuraavasti, eli 1. Invokaatio, joka kohdistuu aurinkolokoukseen. 2. 7 sentences embodying 7 keys for the dissipation of illusion. Ja 7 lauseeseen, jotka kaikki ehdollistavat illuusioiden häviämisen. And 3. A final affirmation of the divinity. Ja viimeiseksi lopullisen affirmaation jumalallisuuteen. So maybe we will contemplate this from that angle, how it is addressed to Solar God. Ja ehkä katsomme nyt tätä rukousta niin, että se on esitetty aurinkojumalalle.
Now we're in the position to take up our next period, our period's seed thoughts. Of course, you can make many seed thoughts out of what is put here, but you just choose how you want to approach. And this is on separateness. It is the great heresy, it's the great problem. A concentration of spiritual forces in and through the new group of world servers, the production of a world conflict with its disrupting and at the same time its unifying result, and the release of certain impressive energies in matter itself for the benefit of all created things on earth. These are the immediate results of the pressure of the overshadowing spiritual resources. These forces have affected the spiritual and the okay, anyway, something's left out here. But these forces have affected the spiritual and the group on the inner planes, even if this still remains outwardly unrealized, and have thus given, now this is important, have thus given the death blow to the great heresy of separateness. The forces in the new group of world servers, the world conflict, and the energies descending from above impressively. So we'll spend some moments selecting out of that what we want to concentrate upon. It all is the larger context in which these decisions are being made in the various countries that we're focusing upon, especially at this time, the United Kingdom, and of course the United States ongoingly, and later Russia. So these
That next one, because I will read that in Finnish. I read in Finnish, you read in English. That's translation.
Well, the main thing to gather from this, of course, it needs great attention, is that the great heresy of separateness is the one great sin or heresy. That it is that must be overcome, and that's what we're trying to do in all of this work. Now, we continue with our meditations on separateness and non-separateness with the following. So we're standing for the unity and integrity of Europe, and this is really important. So I'll read this and then the Finnish will follow. The hardest organized push of the hierarchy is now taking place, and its objective is to offset the tendency of the race to crystallize into separativeness. For separation is the line of least resistance to people in the nations at this time. Remember the fifth ray personality of humanity as it now operates for a while. Hence the formation of these working groups of disciples giving an expression of group work and group cohesion and of non-separativeness.
Kovin hierarkian organisoima ponnistus tapahtuu nyt. Ja sen tarkoitus on muuntaa ihmisten taipumus erillisyyteen, sillä erillisyys on vähimmän vastuksen tie ihmisille ja kansoille tässä ajassa. Siksi näiden työtä tekevien oppilasryhmien muodostuminen, antajan ilmaisumuodon ryhmätyöstä, ryhmän yhteenkuuluvuudesta ja erillisyydestä.
So we'll ponder on this idea for a little while here before the change of the hour. So we're on the hour, and we now look at Great Invocation number 2, a very first-ray invocation from 1940 in English and in Finnish.
And at the same time, we will welcome all of those who might have come along now during the process we have been going on. And we warmly welcome you. Also, for you, the basic idea what we are doing, we are introducing some ideas by DK, and then in 1.5 hours we will sound one of the mantras. We try to keep the invocation open, call upon the plan to descend into this situation and also help for humanity. Kaikille teille, jotka olette kenties tulleet nyt tässä mukaan, toivotamme teidät sydämellisesti tervetulleeksi. Ajatuksena on, että tasatunnein, puolitunnein me lausumme jonkun mantran ja sitten tulee joku ajatus, avainajatus, ja pyrimme pitämään invokaation auki, kutsumme apua ihmiskunnalle ja suunnitelman laskeutumista. Nyt lausumme suuren invokaation numero 2.
So, let the lords of liberation issue forth.
Tulkoon vapauden herrat esiin.
Let them bring succor to the sons of men.
Tuokoon he avun ihmisen pojille.
Let the rider from the secret place come forth, and coming save.
Ilmestyköön ratsastaja esiin salaisesta paikasta ja tuokoon pelastuksen tullessaan.
Come forth, O mighty one.
Tule esiin, oi mahtava.
Let the souls of men awaken to the light, and let them stand with massed intent.
Herätköön ihmisten sielut valolle ja seisokoon he yhteisen tarkoituksen takana.
Let the fiat of the Lord go forth. The end of woe has come.
Kaikukoon Herran mahtikäsky, murheen loppu on tullut.
Come forth, O mighty one.
Tule esiin, oi mahtava.
The hour of service of the saving force has now arrived. Let it be spread abroad, O mighty one.
Pelastuksen voimien palvelun hetki on nyt lyönyt. Levittäytyköön se kaikkialle, oi mahtava.
Let light and love and power and death fulfill the purpose of the coming one.
Täyttäköön valo ja rakkaus ja voima ja kuolema hänen, joka tulee päämäärän.
The will to save is here. The love to carry forth the work is widely spread abroad.
Tahto pelastaa on täällä. Rakkaus työn jatkumiseksi on laajalle ulottautunut.
The active aid of all who know the truth is also here.
Kaikkien niiden aktiivinen apu, jotka tuntevat totuuden, on myös täällä.
Come forth, O mighty one, and blend these three. Construct a great defending wall, the rule of evil now must end.
Tule esiin, oi mahtava, ja sulauta yhteen nämä kolme. Muodosta suuri, suojaava muuri. Pahan valtakauden on loputtava nyt. Consciously unify yourself with the unified invocation. Tietoisesti yhdistä itsesi kutsuun, joka on ykseydessä. We really try to reach the high ones, the holy ones. Me pyrimme saavuttamaan korkeimmat, pyhät. As we were reading what DK said, humanity and nations mainly follow the least resistance of separateness. Kuten luimme, TK sanoi, että kansat ja kansakunnat valitsevat vähemmän vastuksen tien, eli erillisyyden. We stand now together. We bring forth our intended call for union, integrity and oneness. Me olemme tulleet yhteen kajauttamaan kutsumme ykseydestä, eheydestä, yhdessä olemisesta. We stand in unified will. We call the Christ Spirit of unity. Me seisomme Kristuksen tahdossa. Me kutsumme ykseyttä. Imagine now there are our friends in the hotspot in London. Mietiskelkäämme meidän ystäviämme, jotka ovat tuolla kuumassa pisteessä Lontoossa. At actual place, itse asiassa oikeassa paikassa. We try to see ourselves standing there hand in hand, and our invocation is creating a funnel for spiritual forces to descend. Me seisomme tuolla paikalla käsi kädessä ja muodostamme ykseydessä tunnelin, kanavan, jota pitkin henkinen energia laskeutuu. Our will is to express as the members of humanity that we are standing for the whole idea of unified humanity. Me ilmennämme ja seisomme tietoisesti pyrkien ilmentämään ihmiskunnan ykseyttä. Whatever is standing now on the way for that plan what is laid for humanity. May it be dissolved. May it go into the sources which are meant to be destroyed according to the divine plan. Hävitköön kaikki esteet, nyt mitkä eivät kuulu tähän ja jotka ovat suunnitelman tiellä. Hävitköön ne paikkaan, missä ei erillisyyttä ole. Come forth, O mighty one. Tule esiin, oi mahtava. Construct a great defending wall. The rule of evil now must end. Muodosta suuri suojaava muuri. Pahan valtakauden on loputtava nyt.
Now we will go forward into our meditation. And this is from Discipleship in the New Age, Volume 1. In the presentation of the work which the new group of world servers can do, certain definite and immediate possible programs can be indicated, such as the educating of public opinion in the principle of non-separativeness. But to do this, much meditation and much clear thinking will be involved. The technique to be followed and the methods employed to arouse interest and to evoke the needed support are for Western disciples and workers to decide, and not for me, your Oriental brother. I can but stimulate your soul to clarity of perception, to wise vision, to true understanding, and to right planning. The rest of the work and the materializing of the project lies in your hands and with those who respond to the ideas presented.
And we try to be open for the soul and the stimulation by decay in order to gain the clarity of perception, the wise vision, true understanding, and right planning. Me kaikki keskittäydymme. Näemme, kuinka mestari DK stimuloi sieluamme käsityskyvyn selkeyteen, viisaaseen näkemiseen, todelliseen ymmärrykseen ja oikeanlaiseen suunnitteluun. So we all open up to clarity or perception, wise vision, true understanding, and right planning. Keskittäydymme kaikki käsityskyvyn selkeyteen, viisaaseen näkemiseen, todelliseen ymmärrykseen ja oikeanlaiseen suunnitteluun.
Hi friends, we're on the half hour now, and we try most every half hour and on the hour to offer a mantram, and over the course of the time what are we now, about 3.5 hours from the approximate time of the vote. We just don't know exactly when it will occur, but it's around 7 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, and I've asked Alexandra, who's on the ground there in London, to keep us informed of the starting time and also of the results. And after the results, we will continue for a while our meditation. But for now, the affirmation. So use your power of visualization here. And I'm sorry I cannot read it in Finnish. Tui and I are taking, turns. So the affirmation then of a disciple. I am a point of light within a greater light. I am a strand of loving energy within the stream of love divine. I am a point of sacrificial fire focused within the fiery will of God, and thus I stand. I am a way by which men may achieve. I am a source of strength, enabling them to stand. I am a beam of light, shining upon their way, and thus I stand. And, standing thus, revolve, and tread this way, the ways of men, and know the ways of God. And thus I stand. Now think about that in terms of the way we usually conceive our identity. But here we are more essentially as points and as strands. And this is what we seek to do and to be as disciples, to be illuminators, to be unifiers and connectors, and to stimulate, after obeying it ourselves, the law of sacrifice. do remember that there is no entry into the higher worlds without sacrifice, burning away the obstacles. Yes, supported by the growing light. Yes, supported by the growing love and unity. But finally, sacrifice. The petals of initiation are sacrifice petals in the egoic lotus. So here we are, standing for the unity and integrity of Europe, trying to support the intention of the Master Rakuti, the Master R, who is not only the regent of the United States, but the regent of Europe. And you can be sure he doesn't want, it's not part of his plan to want fragmentation, disunity, etc. So our next area of seed thoughts is as follows. From the book by Alice Bailey, From Bethlehem to Calvary. The call is not for fanatics or for the rabid devotee who, in attempting to express it, has so marred divinity. The call is for sane and normal men and women who can comprehend the situation, face what must be done, and then give their lives to expressing for the world the qualities of the citizens of the kingdom of souls: love, wisdom, silence, non-separativeness, and freedom from hatreds and partisan creedal beliefs. When such men can be gathered together in large numbers, and they are gathering rapidly, we shall have the fulfillment of the angel's song at Bethlehem: on earth peace, goodwill towards men. And of course, you know, it's Manus. Men stands for Manus. It's men and women. It's the human kingdom, of course. So let us take some time now to go into this and invoke this kind of quality, soul quality. Invoke the energies of the kingdom of souls, that they may be ambient as this important decision is being made, and all future decisions along this line, and during the next few years, as the era of the Forerunner comes to a completion in 2025, there will be quite a number of vital decisions, and in them, surrounding them, ambient love, wisdom, silence, non-separativeness, freedom from hatreds and partisan creedal beliefs. These qualities should be present. So together, united, all over the world we are, and we ponder what we select out of this seed thought source. Now we are approaching the half hour, and for a few minutes, the generalized idea. This meditation has been in progress, and we're meditating on the preserving and developing the unity and integrity of the European nations, and the end of the tendency, the age-old tendency towards national separateness. That's egoism on a national level. So for a few minutes before the half hour, or rather the hour, I guess it is, and now we are on the hour. Here in Finland, 6 p.m. In London, 4 p.m. So we have about 3 hours before the vote takes place, and we're relying upon our co-workers who are right there to keep us informed of the beginning of the vote and its results. It may not take long for that vote to come in. The anticipation is that it will be a defeated vote, but that's just the beginning of the problems as to how this all is untangled. Everywhere there are power and moneyed interests, the first and the third ray, backed by the oftentimes ignorance of the sixth, fighting against the unity of things under the second ray. And that's what has to emerge. The hierarchy, a great second ray heart center, the Christ, a great second ray initiate. And we're still in a second ray cycle until 1575, 2075. It began in 1575. So it's all about the great second ray soul of our planet and the second ray personality and soul of our solar system, and how to keep these energies emerging correctly. So here is the great invocation, the first great invocation, or maybe we call it a stanza. And this was all part of the effort, to offset the possible precipitation of the second half of the Great War. It precipitated, and there was a great cleansing. And our task is to make sure, since we're still in the Great War, from a certain perspective, to make sure that any third phase of the rearing of the ugliness of selfishness stays on the mental psychological level, and there the battle can occur, as it is even now. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in the spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. So let it be, and help us to do our part. What I'll do is give a few moments for each line, so we can really get into this and see what's being said. Go to the explanations in externalization of the hierarchy and in discipleship, and you will find some really deep proposals, much deeper than may be imagined at first sight. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. know it's a great shambolic being, even focused in Shambhala, but even extraplanetary, distributing the second ray, the spirit of peace. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. So let it be, and help us to do our part. Now, we'll continue with our work, which focuses on non-separativeness, non-separateness, and I'll focus on this now, and for the next 15 minutes or so we can meditate upon it. For those of you who have just joined, the method is to read out certain seed thought sources and mantras on the hour and half hour, and then to use the intervening time to ponder on these things, helping to create an atmosphere, a spiritual atmosphere directed towards the House of Commons in London, where another important vote, very important, in the Brexit or exit process is taking place in another little less than 3 hours. And we try to create such a spiritual atmosphere that the best type of vote based upon separativeness, non-separateness may occur. Divinity, using the word in its separative sense, connotes the expression of the qualities of the second or building aspect of God. Of course, we can't really separate these aspects, not ultimately. Magnetism, love, inclusiveness, non-separativeness, sacrifice for the good of the world, unselfishness, intuitive understanding, cooperation with the plan of God, and many other such qualitative phrases. You may note that as D.K. gave these, he was ascending through the planes. And of course, with divinity, it's a 3-in-1 and a 7-and-3-in-1 and so forth. None of these are ultimately capable of being finally separated from each other, but normally when we're speaking of divinity, it's going to be a second-ray approach, and under some circumstances, and certainly in the next solar system, the first ray will be emphasized. But even now, the third ray of light has not been forgotten. Second ray of love, and not forgotten, is the first ray of sacrificial will. I am a point of sacrificial fire focused within the fiery will of God. So this is what we can ponder on now for maybe almost 15 minutes or some 15 minutes, and maybe see how, if these qualities could influence the people who are voting on behalf of their country, their region, their planetary center, their continent, and all of humanity really ultimately, how that would affect their decisions. So let's focus in that way. And now, for a few minutes, we'll just be reminded of the general theme that we are focusing upon, the unity and integrity of Europe, preserving this, as we believe Master Rakotsi, Master R, the regent of the United States, the regent of Europe, as we believe he seeks to see accomplished, the end of separateness, the end of separativeness and of separateness, for a few minutes before our next reading. And now we are on the half hour. You know, every half hour we will be reading a mantram or a prayer or word of power. And this is the mantram of peace. But just to let you know, those who have joined us, an important vote is taking place in the House of Commons in another 2.5 hours, roughly. We hope to be informed as to when it actually occurs, because it could be a little delayed, perhaps, depends on many things, including maybe what amendments are added to it. But I think we'll be able to find out. And we're trying to invoke the positive spiritual energies into that atmosphere so that these higher energies can influence the way people think and direct them towards some vision of the plan, even if it's a very small vision or rather unconscious, but some feeling for the larger welfare of humanity. We're all fragmented, by ideologies and different political systems and religions, and that's what we're looking at. The lower fifth ray combined with the sixth can give us that law of cleavages plus fanaticism in support of any one of these cleavages, and that leads to constant Martian friction. But a period of peace will supervene, we're assured in the scriptures, and by master decay taking place in the Aquarian age. And we're trying to add subjectively to decisions, important decisions around the world, so that they may contribute to this welfare of the human race as a whole. So here is the it's beautiful. It's a mantram of initiation in a way. It comes in several forms in the teachings, and this is one of them. May the holy ones, whose pupils we aspire to become, show us the light we seek. Give us the strong aid of their compassion and their wisdom. There is a peace that passeth understanding. It abides in the hearts of those who live in the eternal. There is a power that maketh all things new. It lives and moves in those who know the self as one. May that peace brood over us, that power uplift us, till we stand where the one initiator is invoked, till we see his star shine forth. May the peace and the blessing of the holy ones pour forth over the worlds. It's really profound, and it's a kind of mantram that is fulfilled initially at the third initiation of transfiguration, but we can envision the possibilities and aspire toward that type of fulfillment. We'll just take some time here. Keep it on the screen, our relationship to the Masters, the peace which passeth understanding, the power that maketh all things new, and the one initiator and his star, as he is seen at that initiation. For a few moments we ponder. So this mantra contains the formula for real initiation, not just initiations of the threshold, but true initiation, which would be the third degree and the time when the monad, the true being, beingness, isness of what we are, who we are, when it begins to make its impact. Now, we don't expect in our political gatherings that these deep issues will be any common themes, but the themes of the opening heart and of purification, these can be common themes and can lead eventually to this wider understanding towards which we should aspire. And when we think of these things, it is possible that certain energies may be transformed, they can be stepped down, they can be made available. One's sense of time can change, and fragmentation can begin to be overcome. And our pondering for the next 15 minutes or so fits with this well. It's from Rays and Initiations, and it's the ongoing theme of non-separativeness. You know, that's going to work out practically as internationalism on the national level. But let's just say, whether for the individual, the group, the nation, non-separativeness, and that is deriving from the vision of oneness, which is the monad's vision. So, this is what we'll ponder on now. And just imagine that people saw one world, one humanity, not always somehow jockeying for power over other parts of oneself. It's quite crazy, isn't it? It's as if, you know, the stomach wanted to assert itself above all, or the brain above all, or who knows, you know, any part of the human being above all the others. It would make no sense. There is a hierarchy, of course, and that's another matter, but all is in a deep and mutually supportive cooperation within the body and eventually within humanity itself. So, on the higher 3 levels of the spiritual triad, another type of evolutionary impulse is directing the initiate's activities. I've told you elsewhere that consciousness, as we understand it, is being transcended. You know, that's in the triad, being transcended. And a new aspect of universal sentiency is taking its place. To this development I have given the inadequate name of identification. This is a word which involves consciousness, which invokes the will, which is dynamic in nature, inclusive in contact, and which is also based upon the doctrine of non-separativeness. Now, this is all so profound, but still behind the new group of world servers, carrying the light, seeing the great light of Shambhala eventually, there is this sense of the oneness of all things in the light, the impossibility of really separating them. So let's hold this in mind for a while as we meditate and try to get to the bottom of some of these very deep implications about monadic vision of oneness, which eventually unity, which we're trying to, preserve, which eventually unity will lead to. having meditated on some of these, well, very high monadically related matters that have to do with the oneness that can come out of unity, but first unity, we'll just turn for a moment to the summary of the theme we're working with at the moment, the integrity and unity of Europe. So many people can see only as far as the apparent welfare of their own country. But, you know, superficial vision, short-sightedness gives us this inability to see consequences, and superficial vision gives us materialism. Integrity, the unity and integrity of Europe, and the end of separateness. A real hierarchically inspired cooperation for a few moments. There are deep changes of consciousness that are required. It's hard to talk to anyone else about what they are, because maybe words cannot be found for them unless the experience happens for the individual, and then maybe words come, but will they mean the same thing to the person that hears them? It's a very profound thing, this change of consciousness. And we're even looking at change of consciousness at a rather low level. You know, we're not looking at esoterically inclined people in any of these countries. We're looking at people who are solidly members of the human kingdom and maybe, you know, rising. They're not so much thinking about the fifth kingdom of nature, but something that has to influence them so that the nation itself can improve its causal body and move towards availability of the fifth kingdom to the more advanced workers. The old idea is Christ will come and every eye shall see him, but will every eye, every consciousness recognize him? That's the issue. So now, in this next half hour, we lead off with the great invocation as we are used to thinking of it. It's the third stanza. It's the presentation in 1945 of the third aspect of this great invocation, and given to humanity when the Christ decided that indeed he would make a material physical appearance during the Aquarian age. A momentous decision which is affecting the lives of all of us. So, together then, friends, from the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. From the center where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wills of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. From the center, which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. Let light and love and power restore the plan on earth. You know, this is our word of power, and probably the most effective means we have to facilitate the externalization of the hierarchy and the reappearance of the Christ. Probably this shambolic word of power and light we can ride this into the new age, and our duty is to find people who can respond to it in all the different countries, all the different languages, you know. It seems a simple thing, but distributing this invocation, even as the disciples were advised to do back in the 1930s, 1940s really, well, it continues today. The demand to do this. It can be so powerful, and it can change so many things in all the different 7 modes of ashramic assistance can change and become real under the use of this invocation. And our political situation can surely change, and religious situation and so forth. Also the economic situation, which derives from our values, which derives from our desires, our aspiration, which derives from what we think is real or not real. So during the next 15 minutes or so, till about, well, I just want to say, you know, we're getting closer now. It's 5:08 p.m. GMT, and in another little less than 2 hours, according to the plans anyway, there will be this vote, and we'll rely upon our sister in London to help us with this, and I'm sure the news feeds will pick it up quite quickly. You know, some kind of, we don't know, but some kind of defeat of this plan is expected, and that's just the beginning. If that takes place, it's the beginning of a very, very intensive process to see which way the UK goes. So, you know, these years are going to get more intense. Okay, so here is the subject of our meditation from the problems of humanity. And some of us may disagree with this, you know, the way humanity is at present, but DK is looking ahead and thinking in terms of freedom, circulation. You know, these are Aquarian virtues. Freedom, circulation, the circulatory system. We don't want, right now we have all kinds of blockages, and they are man-made, and in a way they are called borders. Borders are interesting. There is differentiation, so many different cultures and languages and rays, but there's not necessarily a reason that people should be denied entry. Of course, a lot of educating of humanity must be done. So here we go. Separateness. There must be freedom to travel everywhere, in any direction, and in any country. By means of this free intercourse, members of the human family may get to know each other and to appreciate each other. Passports and visas should be discontinued because they are symbols of the great heresy of separateness. Well, we don't know, you know, how long it will take for trust to be developed and for some of the worst tendencies to be eradicated. You know, the safety factor is there and the fear factor. But DK is looking ahead into the free circulation of Aquarianism, the Aquarian age. So, when will this be accomplished, and how will it be accomplished? Right now we talk about barriers. boundaries, natural and man-made. And walls, walls. I guess the great defending wall is one thing. It's a wall of energy created by hierarchy that prevents the forces of evil from overcoming humanity. But within humanity itself, these walls, and there's so much focus right now on a wall potential in the United States, even after tearing down the Berlin Wall in 1989 was such a great victory for freedom. So regression is always possible, and one must remain vigilant. So now then, we will meditate upon this kind of very uncompromising freedom which DK foresees, and how we might achieve that, and how important decisions and votes might occur if people really believed in the free flow of people into other countries, and the sort of getting to know you that Master DK talks about here. We would probably find that at heart people are very much the same, even though blessed by different cultures and emphases. So let us meditate on this freedom which is expressed in this paragraph. And we will, in these few moments before the half hour, we will go to the summary statement, rounding it all off. We're working for the unity and integrity of Europe and the end of separateness or separativeness. That's what we're working for. So we ponder for a few moments before the half hour.
Welcome again, all of those who have come along with us. Toivotamme jälleen kerran kaikki tervetulleeksi, jotka kenties ovat liittyneet tässä matkalla mukaan. We have been meditating about 4.5 hours, and we will continue still about 4.5 hours. We are in the midpoint. Olemme 4,5 tuntia mietiskelleet ja 4,5 tuntia jäljellä, joten olemme juuri keskikohdassa. We have been every half an hour and even hours we have been sounding one of the invocations, and the whole purpose for us gathered together is to keep the invocation open in the sense that we are standing in unified thought and invocation for the situation which is in the world itself, but also what's going on in Great Britain. And I'm using this Great Britain because DK is using that, so it is also what is United Kingdom and what is the process at the moment happening between this center and or this country, nation, with European Union, with the other nations. Elikkä olemme keskittäytyneet kutsumaan, pitämään kutsua auki ja kanavoimaan tämän energian se, mikä on tapahtumassa sitten Isossa Britanniassa. Ja käytän nyt tätä Iso-Britanniaa, koska mestari DK sitä käyttää, ja sitten tämä yhdistyneet kuningaskunnat ja sekä sitten Englanti, mikä se meille sitten on. Ja se vastakohtana tämän kansan suhde sitten taas, mikä tapahtuu Euroopan yhteisön välillä. We try to understand the karmic situations. Me yritämme ymmärtää karmisia yhteyksiä. And maybe all of us now could align all of these Lipika lords, which are writing everything down what is said on earth. They are actually called the angels. Yes, recorders. Thank you, Michael. Recording angels, who are writing down every single thought or word and action, and upon which is then based upon the karmic, following karma and the karmic situations. Voimme virittäytyä kaikkiin niihin Lipika-herroihin tai kirjuri-enkeleihin, jotka kirjaavat ylös kaiken, mitä sanotaan, tehdään tai ajatellaan. And we are part of that all drama, and drama this is what is happening. We are not yet functioning from the pure reason. We are not functioning as knowers of the plan, and thus we create all kinds of situations which are creating more problems and hindrances for the hierarchy and also for the plan of Christ. Me työskentelemme täällä niin paljon alitajunnallisesti, ettemme saa aikaan järkevää toimintaa, emmekä toimi puhtaasta järkeilystä tai tietämisestä, missä tiedämme suunnitelman. So we now, all of us, invoke the Lord's Prayer, sound the Lord's Prayer, and a few notes what DK has said to one of his disciples. Ja muutama vinkki, mitä mestari DK on eräälle oppilaalleen sanonut. He says that say each day with care and thought a very familiar prayer, the Lord's Prayer. Sano joka päivä ajatuksella ja huolellisesti tuttu rukous, Isä meidän rukous. It has many meanings and the tried and usual Christian significance is not for you. Monet sen tarkoitukset ja selitykset ja tavanomainen kristillinen merkitys ei ole sinua varten. Ponder on this most ancient formula of truth. Pohdiskele tätä vanhaa totuuden formulaa. And interpret it entirely in terms of a formula for the dissipation of illusion. Ja käännä se kokonaisuudessaan illuusion hävittämisen kaavana. He asks that us or him to contemplate the formula, and it can be divided as follows. Hän pyytää sitä mietiskelemään ja sen voidaan jakaa seuraavasti. Invocation to the Solar Lord. Invokaationa aurinkojumalalle. 7 sentences embodying 7 keys for the dissipation of illusion. 7 lausetta, jotka kaikki juurruttavat 7 avainta, millä lailla illuusio hävitetään. And a final affirmation of divinity. Ja lopullisena jumalallisuuden affirmaationa. So let us all turn towards the solar God. Kääntykäämme nyt kohti aurinkojumalaa, the heart of the sun, auringon sydäntä kohti. And becoming the channels of the solar fire, niin että tulemme aurinkotuleen kanaviksi. And which then makes changes in the materialistic world, joka saa aikaa materiaalisessa maailmassa muutosta. As members of one humanity, kuten yhden ihmisperheen jäsenet, we have gathered together. Olemme tulleet yhteen standing for the plan, seisomaan suunnitelman puolesta. And we sound the Lord's Prayer. Lausumme Isä meidän rukouksen nyt englanniksi. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. And we can understand that the London is not only the capital city, but it is the planetary center. That's why this Lord's Prayer is very important to be used. Kuten tiedämme, Lontoo ei ole ainoastaan pääkaupunki, vaan se on myös planetaarinen keskus. Ja sen tähden tämä rukous on erityisen oivallinen käyttää. And I will sound now also this Lord's Prayer in Finnish. Isä meidän, joka olet taivaissa, pyhitetty olkoon sinun nimesi. Tulkoon sinun valtakuntasi, tapahtukoon sinun tahtosi myös maan päällä niin kuin taivaissa. Anna meille tänä päivänä meidän jokapäiväinen leipämme, ja anna meille meidän syntimme anteeksi, niin kuin mekin anteeksi annamme niille, jotka ovat meitä vastaan rikkoneet. Äläkä saata meitä kiusaukseen, vaan päästä meidät pahasta. Sillä sinun on valtakunta ja voima ja kunnia iankaikkisesti. And now we have the following text from externalization of the hierarchy. Ja nyt hierarkian ilmaantumisesta seuraava teksti. What is international cooperation but love on a world scale? Mitä on kansainvälisyys muuta kuin rakkautta maailman tasolla? Those are the things which the love of God in Christ is expressed, and those are the things which we are working here today to bring into being. Ne oli ne asiat, joita Kristuksessa oleva rakkaus Jumalaan ilmensi, ja jotka ovat niitä asioita, joita me pyrimme tuostamaan tänä päivänä olemiseen. We are attempting to do it on a vast scale, and this in spite of opposition, an opposition which can only temporarily succeed. Such is the potency of the awakened spirit of man. Tätä me pyrimme tekemään suuressa mittakaavassa, huolimatta siitä, että on olemassa vastavoimia. Ja tuo vastavoima saattaa välillisesti menestyä, mutta niin, joka saa vain ainoastaan välillisesti, väliaikaisesti pystyy menestymään, sillä niin voimallinen on se voima, joka tulee heränneestä henkisestä ihmisestä. These are the things which the hierarchy in its already successful procedures is aiding and will continue to aid. Ja sitä hierarkia tulee auttamaan ja tulee jatkamaan tuota apuaan. So let us all now contemplate the love of God in Christ. Pohdiskelkaamme nyt Jumalan rakkautta Kristuksessa. I just remembered one sentence from Bible that which is saying that I'm just trying to translate that what I have learned in Finnish, that so God has loved the world that he sent forth his only son. But because we all are only sons and only daughters, And that's why, if you really go into that idea, that's why every one of us has been sent forth to the world, because of the love of God, which is addressed to the world. Tuli mieleeni tuo Raamatun lause, ja niin maailmaa rakastanut, että lähetti ainokaisen poikansa. Mutta me kaikki olemme ainokaisia poikia ja ainokaisia tyttäriä. Ja ajatellen tuota samaa ajatusta, niin on Jumala maailmaa rakastanut, että on lähettänyt meidät joka ainoan ainokaisen poikansa, joka ainoan ainokaisen tyttärensä. So God has loved the world that has sent forth the only sons and the only daughters. And when we think that way, we are facing the idea of the Dharma, which is behind every single one. Not one sound is too or extra, as I think it was in Taoism is said that there are millions of voices and sounds, but none of them is extra. So every single one belongs to the plan. Taoismissa on sanottu, että on miljoonia ääniä ja sointuja, mutta yksikään niistä ei ole ylimääräinen, eli jokainen kuuluu siihen suunnitelmaan. And this is how we come closer to our own responsibility in the group, how we are working, how we are bringing forth the love of God in us. Ja se tuo välittömästi meidät siihen, mikä on meidän dharmamme, meidän velvollisuutemme, mikä on Jumalan rakkaus meissä. Let us center again our consciousness in London. Keskittäytykäämme nyt taas kerran tietoisuudessamme Lontooseen. Sensing how the group has gathered in the ethers. Tunnistakaamme, kuinka ryhmä on kokoontunut eetterissä. Our focused intention gather together. Meidän fokusoitunut aikomuksemme keräytyä yhteen. Standing there as the members of humanity. Seisoin siellä ihmiskunnan edustajina. And now demand the plan to descend. Ja nyt vaatien suunnitelmaa laskeutumaan. The spiritual plan. In this process. Ja henkistä suunnitelmaa tässä prosessissa. We inform that we are ready to accept what is in the plan. The higher plan in the mind of Christ and his hierarchy for his humanity. Me hyväksymme sen, mikä on Kristuksen mielessä oleva suunnitelma, hänen hierarkiansa avustuksella, hänen ihmiskunnalleen. And we breathe in the internationalism to understand that all of us, we need to work now towards the light. Ja me hengitämme kansainvälisyyttä niin, että ymmärrämme, että meidän täytyy kaikki työskennellä kohti valoa. We meditate the integrity and unity of Europe and internationalism. Mietiskelemme Euroopan eheyttä ja ykseyttä ja kansainvälisyyttä.
So now, friends, we will begin. Well, we're only an hour away from the time the vote is at least scheduled. I've been checking the news feeds, and I haven't seen anything about a delay. And if our wait a second. The word on the ground here is due to amendments. Oh my goodness. The vote could be delayed to 9 p.m. and results 10 p.m. GMT. Well, that's about the time that we have planned to discontinue this vigil, but that was about right. Still uncertain, very large, peaceful gathering, civilized, and I guess Alex is right outside the Parliament. So, okay, looks like delay, huh, due to amendments. But we have the time. So 9 o'clock would mean another 3 hours. Another 3 hours. So let's all have some fortitude and persist. Now we will.
Yes, well, this is a living situation. And but anyway, we will just continue seeing ourselves standing there and continuing our work, whatever way it's going to manifest on physical plane. Eli me vain jatkamme nyt, tuolla saattaa tulla viivytyksiä ja se saattaa nyt siirtyä eteenpäin tuo äänestys, mutta jatkamme työtä, eli olemme mielessämme kokoontuneet yhteen ja pitämään invokaatiota yllä ja työskentelemään sisäisesti. So now when we sound the great invocation number 2, let us visualize how we sound that as like one invocation, one voice. Nyt kun lausumme tuon invokaation, niin nähkäämme, että lausumme sen yhtenä äänenä, yhtenä olentona.
Okay, this is a very first fray, invocation. Here we go, English and Finnish. Let the lords of liberation issue forth.
Tulkoon vapauden herrat esiin.
Let them bring succor to the sons of men.
Tuokoon he avun ihmisen pojille.
Let the rider from the secret place come forth, and coming save.
Ilmestyköön ratsastaja esiin salaisesta paikastaan ja tuokoon pelastuksen tullessaan.
Come forth, O mighty one.
Tule esiin, oi mahtava.
Let the souls of men awaken to the light, and may they stand with massed intent.
Herätköön ihmisten sielut valolle ja seisokoon he yhteisen tarkoituksen takana.
Let the fiat of the Lord go forth. The end of woe has come.
Kaikukoon Herran mahtikäsky. Murheen loppu on tullut.
Come forth, O mighty one.
Tule esiin, oi mahtava.
The hour of service of the saving force has now arrived. Let it be spread abroad O mighty one.
Pelastuksen voimien palvelun hetki on lyönyt. Levittäytyköön se kaikkialle, oi mahtava.
Let light and love and power and death fulfill the purpose of the coming one.
Täyttäköön valo ja rakkaus ja voima ja kuolema hänen, joka tulee päämäärän.
The will to save is here. The love to carry forth the work is widely spread abroad.
Tahto pelastaa on täällä. Rakkaustyön jatkumiseksi on laajalle ulottautunut.
The active aid of all who know the truth is also here.
Kaikkien niiden aktiivinen apu, jotka tuntevat totuuden, on myös täällä.
Come forth, O mighty one, and blend these three. Construct a great defending wall. The rule of evil now must end.
Tule esiin, oi mahtava, ja sulauta yhteen nämä kolme. Muodosta suuri suojaava muuri, pahan valtakauden on loputtava nyt. In Egypt, there was a very strong understanding of the spoken word. Egyptissä oli hyvin voimallinen ymmärrys puhuttuun sanaan. The god taught, which was in the form of ibis bird. And the line of birds relate us into the coming of the angel kingdom and the solar angels. Toot Jumala oli iipislinnun muodossa ja lintujen linja vie meidät enkelkuntaan ja aurinkoenkelten tuloon. The word is so strongly related to human kingdom because it is said that we are the planetary throat center. Ja sana liittyy voimallisesti ihmiskuntaan, koska sanotaan, että me olemme planetaarinen kurkkukeskus. In Egypt it was marked that the God taught, the Lord of the Word, was standing and he was writing down as we were talking about the recording angels. kerrotaan, että Toot, tai katsottiin niin, että Toot seisoo ja kirjaa kaiken ylös, kuten kirjuri enkelit. And when this spoken word was established, when the word was spoken, that was that magical moment, what made the difference of the future. Kun tuo sana oli lausettu, niin se oli se maaginen hetki, joka muunti tulevaisuuden. If we now think about seriously, what about? Kun ajattelemme nyt vakavasti, niin mitäpä sitten jos? When we now say together, come forth, O mighty one, and blend these three. Construct a great defending wall. The rule of evil now must end. What about we say the way that from now on the future will stand changed? Mitäpä kun me sanomme yhdessä, tule esiin, oi mahtava, ja sulauta yhteen nämä kolme. Muodosta suuri suojaava muuri. Pahan valtakauden on loputtava nyt. Mitäpä jos tulevaisuus muuntuu juuri nyt? What about, dearest friends, now in this moment, standing together in this historical moment related to the destiny of humanity? What about we make the difference? Mitäpä jos, kun seisomme tässä historiallisessa hetkessä yhdessä ja lausumme yhdessä, mitäpä jos me vaikutamme tulevaisuuteen? What about our invocation is so strong that it must be responded? Mitäpä jos meidän invokaatiomme on niin voimakas, että siihen täytyy vastata? What do you say? What about that is true? Mitä sanot? Mitä jos tämä on totta? Okay. And now we continue with the seed thoughts. Jatkamme nyt avainajatuksilla by DK:n ajatuksilla. It is interesting to note that on a worldwide scale, the world disciple, humanity, is today on the verge of this major awakening and joint registration of a unity not hitherto reached. On mielenkiintoista huomioida, että maailman mittakaavassa maailman oppilas-ihmiskunta on tänä päivänä suuren heräämisen kynnyksellä ja sen yhteisessä rekisteröimisessä ennen tuntemattomana saavuttamaan ykseys. The growth of the spirit of internationalism. Kansainvälisyyden hengen kasvaminen. The inclusiveness of the scientific attitude. Tieteellisen asennoitumisen mukaan lukeminen. And the spread of a universal humanitarian welfare movement. Sekä universaalin humaanin hyvää tuovan liikkeen ja laajentuminen are all indicative of this meeting place. Ne ovat kaikki merkkiä tästä tapaamisesta, tästä tapahtumasta. So let us now contemplate upon the internalism and inclusiveness. Nyt pohdiskelemme kansainvälistymistä ja mukaan kuulumista tai mukaan lukemista. we will meditate upon universal humanitarian welfare. And few minutes again we concentrate upon the integrity and unity of Europe and internationalism. Hetken aikaa keskittäydymme jälleen Euroopan ykseyteen, eheyteen ja kansainvälisyyteen. We welcome again if there are any of you who have come along. Meanwhile, warm-heartedly welcome. We have been working 5.5 hours for the process which is going on now in United Kingdom, and the coming what would I say, the plans for leaving or not leaving from European Union. Tervetuloa kaikille teille, jotka kenties olette tulleet nyt tässä mukaan, ja me työskentelemme täällä. Olemme työskennelleet jo 5,5 tuntia ja keskittäydymme kutsumaan suunnitelman apua prosessiin, mikä tapahtuu Englannissa ja Euroopan yhteisön välillä. And now we will sound together the mantra of unification. Lausumme nyt yhdentymisen mantran. The sons of men are one, and I am one with them. I seek to love, not hate. I seek to serve and not exact your service. I seek to heal, not hurt. Let pain bring due reward of light and love. Let the soul control the outer form and life and all events, and bring the light, the love that underlies the happenings of the time. Let vision come and insight. Let the future stand revealed. Let inner union demonstrate, and the outer cleavages be gone. Let love prevail. Let all men love.
Friends, our next section, which is really only, well, 25 minutes before the intended vote, but now we are looking for when it will really happen.
Our esoteric reporter from London. We have a wonderful friend, Alex Ratcliffe. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. She is there on the ground, and she has, I would love to send for you this image where she is standing under the statue of Churchill with this stand upon which is written, "We stand for the integrity and unity of Europe." So we are invoking the spirit of Churchill as well, this kind of strength that we need at the moment for our work as well. And in that we have got information that the vote is delayed. It just tells about the difficulties what in the Parliament, in the House of
Commons,
is what they are having at the moment. So in that sense we will bring forth the peace and understanding. There are forces who are now against each other, that is for sure, but in all of the crises we should still have the attitude of cooperation and sharing, and may the purpose of humanity work out now in this spot of the world. Elikkä meillä on siellä esoteerinen reporteri, meidän ystävämme Alex tuolla Lontoossa, joka on lähettänyt ihanan kuvan itsestään, jossa hän seisoo sellaisen pienen kyltin kanssa, jossa lukee, että seisomme Euroopan yhteyden ja ykseyden puolesta. Ja Churchillin tuon, mikäs tämä nyt on suomeksi tuon, oh my god, I forgot the word in Finnish. Siellä Churchillin veistoksen alla joka tapauksessa. Se on ihan älyttömän suloinen kuva. Ja sitten nyt on viesti tullut häneltä, että tuo äänestys on siirtynyt nähtävästi ja se vain kertoo niistä vaikeuksista, mitä nyt Englannissa on. Mutta me seisomme Churchillin voimassa ja järkähtämättömästi ihmiskunnan suunnitelman puolesta. Yes, Michael, you can go on.
So, you know how it is on television when you have your correspondents out in the field and they're carrying the microphone. So just imagine the future days, you know, you're in the hierarchical headquarters and your esoteric correspondent is out there, not with a microphone, but just sending back to you telepathically
What's going on?
everything that's going on. You know,
Right.
we won't have too long to wait before that's a reality. Anyway, this next section is about Master Rakotsi and his role for Europe and America and his relationship to the Manu, you know, the first and seventh rays. When this was written, I guess in 1920 or something like that, published in 1922, Master R was not yet the Mahachohan, and all that developed just a few years later. So he was still very much on the seventh ray, but monadically, of course, on the third ray, which emerged later as the head of all the subsidiary ashrams on the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 level. Under the Manu work the regents. Note that word, the regents, the regulators, the representatives of the king, the regents of the different world divisions, such as, for instance, the Master Jupiter, the oldest of the masters now working in physical bodies for humanity, who is the regent for India, and the Master Rakotsi, who is the regent for Europe and America. The regent for Europe and America.
Manun alla työskentelee hänen alaisiaan, kuten mestari Jupiter, joka on vanhin mestareista ja joka työskentelee ihmiskunnan kehojen parissa, fyysisten kehojen parissa, joka on Intian hallitsija, mutta mestari Rakotsi on Euroopan ja Amerikan hallitsija.
It must be remembered here that though the Master R, for instance, belongs to the seventh ray and thus comes under the Department of Energy of the Mahachohan, yet in hierarchical work he may and does hold office temporarily under the Manu.
Ja mestari Rakotsi, joka on seitsemännen säteen alainen ja sen tähden tulee, taikka nyt tällä hetkellä Mahachohanin osaston kautta hierarkisessa työssä, ja joskus hän saattaa myöskin työskennellä Manun väliaikaisena apuna.
These regents hold in their hands the reins of government for continents and nations, thus guiding, even if unknown, their destinies. They impress and inspire statesmen and rulers. They pour forth mental energy on governing groups, thus bringing about the desired results wherever cooperation and receptive intuition can be found amongst the thinkers.
Ja nämä hallitsijat pitävät käsissään sisäistä hallitusta maan osien ja kansojen. Ja sillä lailla ohjaavat, vaikka ovat täysin tietämättömissä ihmisille, heidän kohtalojaan. He vuodattavat mentaalista energiaansa näihin ryhmiin ja siten tuovat toivottuja saavutuksia, missä yhteistyössä ja vastaanottava intuitio voidaan löytää ajattelijoiden keskuudessa.
So, for the next 10 minutes or so, let's focus on the Master R, now the Mahachohan, who is the director of the, certainly the 4 ashrams on the rays of attribute, and also the third ray ashram under Paul the Venetian. And let's think about what his will is, what his vision is, and why for America and for Europe.
Maybe I will just give one interesting note about Master R when he was in the body of Saint Germain. So already hundreds of years ago he was working for the Europe. Voin pienen viitteen vaan tuohon mestari Rakotsin silloin, kun hän oli Saint Germainin hahmossa, niin hän jo monta sataa vuotta sitten työskenteli Euroopan hyväksi. There are some references where he is in the ball and dinner, and suddenly just tells to the his guests that he has to go to, I think it was the
it's England, Robert
Netherlands.
Fulton.
Yeah, I think it was Netherlands that he has to go and do something for the future.
Yeah, I think it was actually the invention of the steam engine, something like that. Anyway, that's how I remember it, but he was so tuned in to what would progress Europe.
Yeah, there were many of these coincidences where he just suddenly froze and then got some kind of inner message, and he went on his ways to do some inner work for the future. And in that sense, when we have these episodes in human living, we have to have the continuation of consciousness, understanding that everything relates to everything, and these things what has and what are now happening in Europe, the preparation has gone so long time beforehand, as our incarnation is the same way. We have had many incarnations, and all of that, those incarnations has been having the goal in this incarnation where we all should work together. So we have to now open our consciousness into the much vaster understanding what is going on, and in what kind of question is in question at the moment. Meidän tulee ymmärtää, että kaikki liittyy toisiinsa, ja mestari Rakotsi työskenteli monta yhteyttä on. Kerrotaan, kuinka hän ikään kuin jäätyi ja sai sisäisen viestin, että hänen täytyy lähteä nyt jonnekin suuntaan valmistelemaan tulevaisuutta. Samalla lailla meidän inkarnaatiomme ovat tähdänneet tähän inkarnaatioon niin, että me voimme työskennellä yhdessä. And that's why the power of which is coming then when we understand the situation. It's not only this day that we are happen to come together. This has a much more greater meaning and much more important meaning, and that understanding that how important it is that we are keeping the invocation open and stand now together in that unified purpose.
And with the development of telepathy occurring simultaneously, as that's how we'll be communicating. Right. So anyway, we have about 10 minutes here to meditate on the role of Master R. And and as I think, what would he want in the case of these important votes that are occurring? Okay, friends, we have switched to another slide with one of the images that we have for Master R. And just in summary, the plan for the unity and integrity of Europe, that's very much what he's working on as regent of Europe. So just a few moments summarizing. You know, nations are very much like people, and people have to go through the egoistic stage, and nations do too. Kind of a nationalism, but it's time to outgrow that now. And Master R's plan is to help these nations and states outgrow their more primitive nationalism and enter a truly cooperative, mutually helpful state of affairs. That's what we want to promote here.
So now, dearest friends, our esoteric reporter from London was reporting that the note has come that the vote is going to take place in half an hour, 7:30 p.m. GMT. Nyt meidän esoterinen reporterimme Lontoosta on laittanut viestin, että tuo äänestys tulisi tapahtumaan puolen tunnin päästä, eli 21:30. So now we have the change in our plan. We will skip now 2 of the slides and then we will come back to them. And we will have now a meditation preparing us for that vote. And then we will have 7:20 we will start the global silence. Eli nyt sitten 21:20 aloitamme tuon hiljaisuuden. Koska nämä viestit, tietysti jotkut eivät saa nyt näitä viestejä, niin he pitävät tuon hiljaisuuden. Some of us will not get this message, so they will have their silence, so we will have the silence just before the voting. Mutta me ylläpidämme hiljaisuuden ennen tuota lähetystä, ennen äänestystä. So we will start our meditation and let us all align with the work. Aloitamme mietiskelymme ja virittäydymme kaikki työhön. And to that line that we all are placed upon. Ja sille linjalle, mihinkä meidät on asetettu. We all have 7 main lines. Me kaikki kuulumme 7 päälinjaan. But contact the one who is above you, the master who is above you. Virittäydy siihen mestariin, joka on yläpuolellasi. And in that sense we align with the inner government ja sisäiseen hallitukseen virittäydymme. And we are really aware how the work is also going on in the inner planes. Olemme myöskin tietoisia, kuinka työ tapahtuu sisäisillä tasoilla. And now horizontally through your triangle work, let us be connected around the world with the brothers and sisters of light. Virittäydymme horisontaalisesti kolmiotyöskentelymme kautta kaikkiin sisariin, valon sisariin ja veljiin. And of course with your all co-workers ja kaikkiin kanssatyöntekijöihisi. You may say, we stand together in unity and integrity. Voit sanoa mielessäsi, seisomme eheydessä ja ykseydessä. Also, we stand now for the United Kingdom. Me nyt seisomme yhdistyneen kuningaskunnan puolesta. Englannin puolesta, miten Suomessa sanomme. And we call support and guidance, divine guidance in this process. Me pyydämme apua ja jumalallista ohjausta tähän prosessiin. As our united effort is, we can imagine how we are standing together in the sacred circle. Yhdistyneessä toiminnassa voimme nähdä, kuinka seisomme pyhässä piirissä. And now, being very aware of this greater picture, ja nyt olen erittäin tietoisia tästä suuremmasta kuvasta, aligning with London, which is the planetary center, virittäytyen Lontooseen, joka on planetaarinen keskus, through which the first ray in building and in destroying aspect is pouring through, jonka kautta ensimmäinen säde sen rakentavassa ja tuhoavassa aspektissa virtaa läpi. Lontoo kuuluen kolmion, jonka muodostavat tällaisen aktiivisempaan kolmioon, jonka muodostavat toiset planetaariset keskukset Geneve ja New York. Now London belonging to the triangle, which is more active, with Geneva and New York. And we will align these energies which are pouring through Geneva Virittäydymme Geneven keskukseen. The second ray of love, wisdom. Toisen säteen rakkaus viisauteen. And the center of New York. Ja New Yorkin keskukseen. Through which the sixth ray of devotion and idealism is pouring through. New Yorkin keskuksen, jonka kautta kuudes säde, omistautuminen ja idealismin energia virtaa läpi. This triangle is a part of the five-pointed star of humanity. Tämä kolmio on ihmiskunnan viisisakaraisen tähden osa. With the centers of Darjeeling and Tokyo, Darjeelingin ja Tokion keskuksen kanssa. And 3 countries are related to this triangle: United States of America, United Kingdom of Great Britain as DKCs, and Russia. Eli yhdistyneet Amerikan tasavallat, Iso-Britannia, DK:n mukaan, ja Venäjä. In that triangle, let us see the Christ in the center. Ja tässä kolmiossa näkäämme Kristus sen keskellä. Thus in the hands of these countries lies the destiny of humanity. Sillä näiden 3 valtion käsissä on koko ihmiskunnan kohtalo. And this is so important statement that let us a few minutes contemplate that. Upon the hands of the United States, Great Britain and Russia lies the destiny of humanity. Tuo on niin tärkeä lausatus, että keskittäydymme siihen muutaman hetken ajan. USA:n, Ison-Britannian ja Venäjän käsissä lepää ihmiskunnan tulevaisuus. we will bring into this picture also some interesting thing, that United States and London are, both of them are ruled by Gemini. And Gemini is the sign which is ruling the head of the cosmic Christ. Mielenkiintoinen kohta vielä, joka tuodaan tähän kuvan mukaan, on, että Lontoota ja Yhdysvaltoja hallitsee kaksoset, joka on kosmisen Kristuksen pään hallitsija myös. So in that sense we have the connection to the mind of Christ in the very high level, and which should be manifesting out. Tässä olemme hyvin korkealla tasolla tämä energia ilmentää itseään, ja joka tulisi manifestoitua. So the soul ray must be evoked into an increased functioning activity by the new group of world servers. Sielun säde täytyy kutsua voimallisempaan toimintaan uuden maailmanpalvelijoiden ryhmän tasolta. So imagining that we are belonging to the new group of world servers, we will now invoke the soul ray of United Kingdom. Nyt kutsumme Yhdistyneiden kuningaskunnan Englannin sielun sädettä. And that is of the second ray. So we will all call now upon the second ray of United Kingdom to descend. Me kutsumme toista sädettä laskeutumaan. We invoke the soul of Great Britain. Kutsumme Ison-Britannian sielua. And we will align with the Christ. Virittäydymme Kristukseen. We try to understand that there is a plan for every nation. Yritämme ymmärtää, että jokaisen kansakunnan kohdalla on suunnitelma varattuna. There is a plan for integrated Europe, Euroopan eheyden suunnitelma. And we will now call upon the Christ to be now in the process of voting. Nyt kutsumme Kristusta tähän äänestyksen prosessiin. We stand firmly together. Seisomme vakaasti yhdessä. In union and in integrity. Ykseydessä ja eheydessä. for the purpose, sole purpose of United Kingdom, kutsuen sielu tarkoitusta. And we will start the global silence together, ja aloitamme tuon hiljaisuuden, even though it is now half an hour later. Ja aloitamme hiljaisuuden, vaikka se on nyt puoli tuntia myöhemmin kuin mitä oli aikomus. And we will start the silence. Ja aloitamme hiljaisuuden. Now, dearest friends, very interesting information to all of you. We have got the notice that the voting has started. Olemme kuulleet ja saaneet viestin, että äänestys on alkanut. And now Michael is telling you something. We just pick up the chart for this moment, and there are some interesting points what we want to share.
Well, what has happened is that the voting began in the last degree of Leo, the sign that rules the soul of London. It's also exactly on Regulus. And what I want to see here, just take me a moment, is where we have Regulus, and he says, you know, there's more occultism than you know in the names of these stars. So if I could just... I just need to find where Regulus is right now, whether it has moved into Virgo. There it is. It's a three-pointed star, and right. Okay, 0, Virgo, 5. So, yes, it is on Regulus. The voting is on Regulus, the heart of the lion. And it tells us it's one of the royal stars, great potential for success, it says, but this interpreter says particularly if revenge or that kind of attitude is avoided, if you remain magnanimous and have the open soul and are generous in your victory. So it's a cross here between the end of Leo and the beginning of Virgo. We're not sure now exactly when the voting would end, and I would rely upon the two people that are following this most closely to let us know when the vote is complete. Of course, it has to be counted, you know, and that's later, but the vote is complete when it's complete. And if either of you, Eric or Alex, if you hear that the vote has concluded, let us know. As it is said, it's concluding now. Meanwhile, the vote is going on. Vote is done. Only waiting now for result. Okay, that's what Eric says. And maybe Alex has heard the same thing. Let's see. In any case, we've just moved into just a little bit of Virgo, the very first degree. It's so interesting, the cross between the last degree of Leo and the first degree of Virgo. So that's what counts. And there's a Sabian symbol. I wonder, Tuya, would you be able to look up the first Sabian symbol?
And that is the first degree of...
the first degree of Virgo, especially. It's so interesting to find it there. Obviously, the implication is some sort of acquiescence to the will. It's the Sphinx, really. The two signs involved in the Sphinx, higher and lower mind, and it's the head of the woman, Virgo, with the body of the lion. That's one way to look at it. But sometimes we hear, you know, the opposite, that Leo is the stronger aspect and Virgo is more the personality. So either way, it is the Sphinx. And so it seems an important occult moment, even though it's just the beginning of a process that will not be easy for the UK, just the way it's not going to be easy for America during the next few years, couple of years.
Do you want that I am reading that now, or?
Yeah, you can. Your first degree of Virgo, just what does it say?
It says that in a portrait, the significant features of a man's head are artistically emphasized. Keynote, the capacity to picture to oneself clearly the salient features and the overall meaning of any life situation. During the two preceding scenes, the field of energy at work has been the dominant feature of a consciousness, still strongly ego-centered, yet at times eagerly and devotionally reaching up to a realization of a divine cosmic order. Now we have come into the seasonal cycle of the year. To the sign Virgo, it is a sense of simple or harvesting, but it is also that of the path of discipleship, and of strongly determined processes of training and retraining, flooded with the having enjoined and released energy. The personalized consciousness now has to learn the lesson of a significant form. It must be able to see life situations as wholes of experience, and to discover the meaning of distinguishing their most characteristic features. This is the first stage of the 31st fivefold sequences of symbols, and its keynote is discrimination. Interesting.
Yes, yes.
Implied and in discrimination is both analysis and intuition. The mind separates and identifies, and unfortunately often exaggerates what makes a person or a situation different from another, but the intuitive responses of the whole person to what confronts him or her is also essential. For what matters is not only my or your difference, but the place and function this difference occupies in the organic pattern of the evolution of humanity as whole. That is all man.
That's discrimination. So read, please, once more the symbol above. He said quite a lot. Dane Rudier said quite a lot about this first degree.
In a portrait, the significant features of a man's head are artistically emphasized.
Yeah. So there is a certain idealism there and a certain clear seeing, a certain discernment, if you will. And I hope, as Virgo often brings into the situation, the factor of humility is present. I mean, Virgo is not a sign that is common to the UK. However, it is the major second-ray sign at this time. And we have a collection of countries there. I don't know what to say about Northern Ireland in terms of its solar ray, or even Southern Ireland, but basically with Great Britain, it is the second ray. Okay, so here it is, and Eric Husemans has given us the result.
Oh.
And it's a tremendous, oh my goodness, it is a tremendous defeat for that particular formulation that Theresa May had submitted. They rejected it by 432 to 202 votes. And that's even a bigger margin than the rejection was anticipated. They tried to build up the rejection numbers so that if there were much fewer, it wouldn't look so bad. It's voted down. Alex just said the same thing. And great, Eric and Alex, thank you so much. 432, no. So this will have...
Eli 432 ääntä, jotka ovat äänestäneet nyt ei Theresa Maylle. Eli nyt tämä Brexit-sopimus on sitten ilmassa, ja mitä mitä sitten seuraavaksi seuraa, niin seuraamme tilannetta.
Okay, and Eric provided at least a minute, 1738, or was it, wait a second, hold on, I've got to, I hope I haven't done this incorrectly. Oh goodness.
We are sorry that now we are in the really living moment.
View of everything. Wait a second, 738. I may have to give you a revised view of everything. I'm not sure. No, it still holds the same. Whoa, that's a little bit of relief there. But anyway, it came in at 2 degrees of Virgo. It was spoken out as completed at 7:38, and
okay, if I will bring some ideas also along with this.
Oh my goodness! Listen to this, fantastic. Look at. I just want to add one thing. It'll help with the ideas. A large white cross stands alone on top of a high hill. Okay.
And that is the degree of 2 degrees of
Virgo.
Yeah. So when we think about the labor of Hercules and what happened in the labor of Virgo is that Hercules was actually failing. But it is very interesting now what has happened, because it looks like that now the soul part has been recognized, because in labors of Hercules misses what is there present, what is the soul and the soul purpose, what is present, but he is dismissing it. But now what is the choice here is looking like that the disciple has been choosing correctly. Eli nyt näyttää Englannissa ikään kuin oppilas olisi valinnut oikein, mutta itse työssä Herkuleksen töissä tuo valinta menee pieleen. So this is bringing us a lot of responsibility as disciples, that we have to now continue our work, and so we will think with Michael how we are going to do that, because this is not the end. As it has been stated, a new process is going to be formulated, and that's why we have to continue our standing for the integrity and for the unity of Europe, and trying to really just call upon what is the plan here, how the plan should be manifested. That is our job, and that's why we come together. Eli meidän tehtävämme jatkuu. Tämä ei tietysti ole loppusuora ollenkaan, vaan nyt alkaa mieletön kaos tuolla ja pöhinä Englannissa, ja meidän tulisi olla tukena niin, että todellakin sielusuunnitelma voi laskeutua. And also let us notice that the moon is in Taurus at the moment.
Yes. Which is, of course, the personality sign of the United Kingdom. And as Alex is saying here, that's a very serious loss for the government, anything over 200. By the government, I guess she means the Tory people who are in power, not the Liberal group. You can correct me, Alex, if I'm incorrect, but...
looking that the moon is in Taurus, which is really significant, because these forces or energies could have been strengthening the personality decisions, and but because it looks like that the higher decision is now trying to be established. And but let us think about for a while these constellations which are related to Taurus. They are the Orion, Eridanus and Auriga. and in what order, but now the moon is in second decanate of Taurus, is it not so?
Yes, the moon is in the Virgo decanate of Taurus.
Oh,
interesting, huh?
that is really interesting. And there are different kinds of opinions, which order the constellations are coming, but I just want to notify all of us the Orion, because this is also called in ancient books Three Kings. The Orion belt is forming about the Three Kings and the search for Christ. So in this Virgo decanate, or in these energies, we can also find that maybe there is now this vergent, tiny little direction directed towards the Christ.
Yeah.
The Three Kings, the three personalities, the vehicles, personality vehicles, let us now work for that it can now respond to the Three Kings in that level, that because they are the representatives of personalities who can recognize the energy of Christ, and they are turning towards the star, which is the star of initiation.
What seems to be coming in is that it's a very, very serious loss, and that a motion of no confidence in the present government has now been proposed by the liberal group, labor group, I guess, maybe I should call it labor group. So Eric reports on that, and he says an unprecedented defeat for a prime minister. Unprecedented.
So these karmic situations are functioning there. I want to still bring the ideas of these energies which are working through the moon, because the moon is always representing the prison of the soul, and the moon is representing about the subconscious forces and reactivity. So when we have that kind of situation where hopefully our work has been contributing as well, and that's why we cannot leave the battlefield at all. We have to just continue now our invocation. So this Eridanus, which is the river of the judge, so there are the energies which are bringing forth the judgment as well, and we see at the moment things related to that, but it is also bringing the souls into incarnation. So there are like new souls of the new ideas brought in at this time, and they must be manifested. So that's why the Virgo is the guardian of the inner flame. So we need to guard now this inner descending new ideas. So as stated, now we cannot leave the battlefield. We have to continue somehow working. We will let you know. And then when we think about Auriga, which is also in relationship to Taurus, Auriga is the charioteer, which is about the directed forces, but there are related chaotic forces. And Auriga has a flea on his shoulder, which is fleece. Sorry, fleece. So he has the fleece on his shoulder, and that is the one goat. But in that fleece there is the eye of the Gorgon, which is the evil eye. So that's why I wanted to bring it, because it is telling via the moon that there are really forces now behind the scenes, because this evil eye is there. So that we will understand that we must guard ourselves, we must guard this situation, and take, as the Virgo takes the baby, and the Three Kings goes towards the baby, that we will take this baby on our sacred circle which is to be born so that Christ could come through this process.
It's well said, and we really appreciate Alex and Eric giving us a step-by-step report of what is going on. Of course, this is going to have tremendous potential for a change of government. The Labour Party has looked at it as an opportunity, I think, to really get back into power. And the more conservative, Brexit-oriented types have suffered a defeat here. We don't know how it goes because there's all kinds of machinations and possible, and we do live in a post-truth era of all ridiculous things, as if there are alternative facts, and we can kind of invent it as we go along, you know. The reality show mentality, or the unreality show mentality, is coming from the United States and infecting everywhere. But we know where the real infection comes from. And the real infection is this part of this fight to the last ditch of the counterforce, the materialistic forces, in anticipation of the reappearance of the Christ. Imagine they're pretty panicked about that. And they seek to do everything they can. They're also called the forces of obstruction. So
Right.
for the next 6 years, we have to, in our own esoteric way, help to relieve the human consciousness of these obstructions.
So one thing what I would want to bring into our consciousness is about looking the world situation in the way that we have been talking about these 3 countries now, which upon whose hands lies the destiny of humanity. And because London is the planetary center, in that sense, whatever happens there is on the planetary scale. So even though we are looking like in very simple way that there is the question that shall England leave the United European Union, UK
So the UK leave, yeah.
leave European Union, it is just very, very simple thing. It is not on the world scale. It looks like that it is not important. But when we look at what is coming out of that, where the future is going to lead, if we are stepping towards the separatistic actions on our planet, it has the planetary effect, and it is directly related what is going to happen now during these 6 years. And all of these countries are now emphasizing so much about the separatism that we have to notice that, and that's why I have talked with Michael, and I want to put that into your knowledge that could there be at the moment the attack even from the cosmic level. When we were living the time of the World War, the cosmic evil was touching again humanity. It was so dangerous, as you all have heard, that hierarchy was thinking to withdraw. At the moment, we can think that nothing has been manifested so close that there would be the danger of stopping the forces of light concretely, but on the mental plane this fight is going on, and there are now dangers because of the decisions that this kind of moment is precipitating closer and closer to us. That's why talk with your friends, talk with your whomever you can mobilize that now is the time us to come together. Now it is really the time that we must focus together for invocation, all the time keep it on and open the day and night, that we will clearly express our will, that we will clearly express our choice for hierarchy. That because we have to do it. It is not that we just in our own corner somehow sometimes think about it. No, now it is the time to act. And in that sense we live serious times around the planet. They are not in that sense serious that there is not war upon physical plane, but we are supposed to fight that fight on the mental plane, and that fight is going on there. It is very much succeeded by some of the world leaders who have been now bringing the whole new formula of separation.
Yeah, really re-emphasis of selfishness, but they're playing into humanity's fears, and it's always going to be fear on the threshold of new possibilities. Just a thought from Master Moria. He says, well, don't relax. He basically says, okay, you may have won one round,
Right.
and the arrows may have missed you, but watch out for the second shot.
Right.
And the same thing goes with the house that was swept clean. Was it 40 devils? I forget. A man swept his house clean. Was it 40 devils? Ever many? Then he, said, oh, my house is clean. I don't have to remain vigilant. And then all of a sudden there's even more devils in it.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's why we will continue our work. We must continue, and we must become even more vigilant and more aware what's going on. And if we don't know exactly what is correct, so then follow the line, which is bringing division among human beings, among nations, which is bringing more separatistic ways of acting. All of those are coming from the counter life. It is not about Christ. At the moment we are supposed to come together, at the moment we are supposed to build the way, the new civilization. We go through these hardships, we cannot help that, but this process is now on, and let us recognize that. So maybe we will now go to that next mantra. This is a little bit now upside down our program because of this
I wonder,
change.
just a thought, if we could spend just a few minutes thinking about the implications of this victory.
Right.
And then what it might mean for our own participation in the process, and then go on, as you say, we want to.
And can you put that image where we have the globe and the Christ that
Let's
fits?
see if I can get there. Sorry that not the most advanced studio.
Yes.
Okay.
Our studio is in Stone Age, but our minds should be in the future.
Okay, so we have this, very somehow evocative image of the Christ presence permeating the globe, and our meditation, just sit for a few moments with what this has meant. And we remember the history here that there were a lot of shenanigans and misrepresentation that were put before the British United Kingdom, and so many people didn't even know what they were voting about, and they were ill-informed or misled. And that was voted in, and then, but a deal could not be understood. How does Brexit actually occur? And some proposal now is being made, was being made by Prime Minister May, and it was severely opposed by the hardliners and those who wanted a softer approach, and I suppose by those who wanted no exit at all. So now what we're going to do is just quietly for a few moments think about, maybe it can dawn on us, what are the implications here of this particular vote. It's just the beginning of a lot of trouble in many ways. The government is divided, just the way it is in the United States. Here Eric's telling us that 118 conservative members of parliament voted against it. So it's division. So let's think about the implications now of this vote. Let's open our consciousness to the thought of what it could mean, and what it could mean even to our thinking and to our participation.
And we remember at the same time about this word, what was given in the sapient symbol is discrimination. And let us also take into our consideration about the Regulus, the heart of the lion, which was on the ascendant when the voting was starting. So we can think about all of these great energies of Leo, the self, the real self, and in that sense the real purpose, the real king, leading into that placement of Virgo and this great symbol of Sphinx. Let us hold these energies within us. So I think And now, dearest friends, let us go into our work from the perspective of the whole world. The United Nations is one of the tools for hierarchy, and it is invoked or evoked by hierarchy. Nyt menemme työhön sillä lailla, että keskittäydymme yhdistyneisiin kansakuntiin, joka on hierarkian työväline. The United Nations has the whole idea of what the humanity should be, that we are really United Nations. In that sense, we are the united humanity, one humanity. And we will now have one mantra which has been adapted the way that we concentrate upon the United Nations. But let us do that even in larger scale, like we are working through the center of London at the same time, and then imagining the whole world being the United Nations, so that we are not only thinking that it is the headquarters in New York or in Geneva, but we will look that the whole humanity is the center of United Nation. Nyt työskentelemme siten, että kun lausumme tuon seuraavan mantran, että koko ihmiskunta on tuo keskus, yhdistyneiden kansakuntien keskus. And maybe, Michael, if you will say that in English and then I will in Finnish. And let us all know that we have been living together, we have been standing together, so let us be still in that vision that we are standing in the sacred circle.
Okay. May the peace and the blessings of the holy ones pour forth over the worlds, rest upon the United Nations, on the work and the workers, protecting, purifying, energizing, and strengthening.
Vuodattukoon pyhien rauha ja siunaus maailmojen ylle. Levätköön se yhdistyneiden kansakuntien yllä, työn sekä työntekijöiden, suojaten, puhdistaen, antaen voimaa ja vahvistaen.
There is a peace which passeth understanding. It abides in the hearts of those who live in the eternal.
On olemassa rauha, joka ylittää kaiken ymmärryksen. Se säilyy heidän sydämissään, jotka ikuisuudessa elävät.
There is a power that maketh all things new. It lives and moves in those who know the self as one.
On olemassa voima, joka tekee kaiken uudeksi. Se elää ja liikkuu heissä, jotka tietävät itsen yhdeksi.
May the rhythm of that peace vibrate within the United Nations and in the heart of every worker.
Sointukoon tuo rauhanrytmi yhdistyneissä kansakunnissa ja jokaisen työntekijän sydämessä.
May the rhythm of that creative power resound within the United Nations and in the lives of all who serve there, awakening, transmuting, and giving birth to that which ought to be.
Kaikukoon tuon luovan voiman rytmi yhdistyneissä kansakunnissa ja jokaisen siellä palvelevan elämässä, herättäen, muuntaen ja antaen syntymän sille, jonka tulisi olla.
May the chalice we are building become a focal point for the descent of spiritual force, which, filling it and overflowing to the world, draws toward itself all those whose work lies here.
Tulkoon malja, jota rakennamme, polttopisteeksi laskeutuvan hengen voimalle, joka täyttäen sen ja ylitse vuodattuen maailmaan vetää puolensa kaikkia heitä, joiden tehtävä heidän maailman palveluaan odottaa.
May the consciousness of the group become ever more at one, the many lights, one light, in the light of the self. May the aspiration and the dedication of the group burn as a clear flame in the service of the holy ones.
Tulkoon yhdistyneiden kansakuntien tietoisuus yhä enemmän yhdeksi, monet valot yhdeksi valoksi, korkeimman itsen valossa. Palakoon ryhmän harras pyrkimys ja omistautuminen kirkkaana liekkinä pyhien palveluksessa.
May the love and the light and the one life pour through the United Nations, cleansing it from all evil and attracting all good. So be it.
Vuodattukoon rakkaus ja valo ja yksi elämä yhdistyneiden kansakuntien keskuksen kautta, puhdistaen sen kaikesta pahasta ja vetäen puolensa kaiken hyvän. Näin tapahtukoon. So, dearest friends, we were thinking that we are changing our program.
Yes. Yes, we are, because I think the main purpose of our gathering has been fulfilled. But of course we've received the notification, from the people that are there, it's just beginning. So we're going to do our best to remain vigilant over the next weeks and months. There'll be a lot of vigilance that will be required with respect to the United States and also with respect to Russia's habits in meddling with elections, I guess we can put it like that. We have to be an inner energy source to counteract these negativities, and we will, produce these opportunities for us to meditate together and lend our power the best we can, our intelligence, our love, the best we can to direct things towards the manifestation of the divine plan.
So we are not going to have this program going until 10 p.m. GMT. We are just going through a few things now, and we will end our process here. Me emme mene nyt läpi tuonne kello 24 asti, vaan lopettelemme tässä pikkuhiljaa. But we will have this idea, envisioning that we strengthen the United Nations, that it will become ever more powerful tool, because as we know, it has been losing its power during these corruptions and arguments between the more powerful nations. So we need to bring our help for that too, and we are going to have some kind of invocation days for United Nations in the coming months. Ja tulevien kuukausien aikana me työskentelemme yhdistyneiden kansakuntien puolesta. But let us have this kind of vision also, that we see powerful United Nations. Nähkäämme nyt visioissa, näemme voimallisen yhdistyneiden kansakunnan. So are we now jumping over these slides?
Maybe we can end with a great invocation or something.
No, we have actually Gayatri there.
Okay.
So we will, before we go to Gayatri, let us say the mantra mobile servers together. Ja ennen kuin menemme tuohon Gayatriin, johon sitten lopettelemme tämän, niin sanotaan vielä tuo maailmanpalvelijoiden mantra. We are sorry because there are now many slides according to the earlier plan, but as we see, the plans are changing.
Okay, there we are.
Okay, so let us say together with joy and with the heart full of joy. May the power of the one life pour through the group of all true servers. May the love of the one soul characterize the lives of all who seek to aid the great ones. May we fulfill our part in the one work through self-forgetfulness, harmlessness, and right speech. So, before the ending, do you have any note that you would like to still add?
Well, I think, we will continue with our Ask programs coming up in the week. It's the morning schedule. But in general, the theme of our work these days, we stand for the integrity and unity of Europe. And in that sense, we stand with the spiritual hierarchy of our planet, and particularly with the Master R, who is the regent of the United States and the regent of Europe, and we try to divine what it is he sees and how he thinks it would be best to have things work out.
And we will tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
GMT, we start with our triangle work. Huomenna kello 8 jatkamme kolmiotyöskentelyllä. You are most welcome to participate with us. It's the same link than this. Se on sama linkki kuin tässä. Toivotamme kaikki tervetulleeksi. And we will express our deep gratitude to all of you who have been with us now from the beginning on 7.5 hours. Ja kiitämme kaikkia teitä, jotka olette olleet 7,5 tuntia kanssamme, and also for all of those who came along whenever. Ja kaikkia teitä, jotka tulitte milloin sitten tulittekin mukaan. It has been joy and a very humble experience to be with you and with your presence. On ollut suuri ilo ja hyvin nöyrä hetki olla teidän kanssanne. Really great experience to experience the power of united group. Ja erittäin upea kokemus olla yhdistyneen ryhmän kanssa tekemisissä. So do you want to say?
I just want to say that we want to give our gratitude to the people who are following the developments closely and could
our esoteric reporters,
whether on the ground in London or in the Netherlands, following everything. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate all of your messages and your kind words. Together we can make a difference, I think, and not fall into that trap that happened before World War II, where there were not enough disciples working intensively to offset the war. So let's keep it on the psychological level. I think we can do that if we work together over the years coming.
Exactly. So we have here the slide. We have 1 minute silence still, and then after that we just go into the Kaya tree, and that will be the closing. Gayatri in Sanskrit. Ombur puvav svaha tat svavitur varenyam Bargo devasya dimahi Tyoyo na prachodayat.
O thou who givest sustenance to the universe, from whom all things proceed, to whom all things return, unveil to us the face of the true spiritual sun, hidden by a disk of golden light, that we may know the truth and do our whole duty as we journey to thy sacred feet.
Oi sinä, joka ravitset koko maailman kaikkeuden, josta kaikki on lähtöisin, johon kaikki palaavat. Paljasta meille todellisen henkisen auringon kasvot, kultaisen valokiekon kätkemät, jotta me tulisimme tietämään totuuden ja tekemään kaikki velvollisuutemme, kun taivallamme pyhien jalkojesi juureen. Namaste from Finland, dearest friends. Namaste täältä etelästä. And we will meet again.
See you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Dream.